Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, if you've been watching my show, and the question is, why is the Iran ceasefire deteriorating? You know that I've been talking about this for a long time. The only way these savages can be defeated is to go in and make sure they're all gone. All right. So, there will have to be boots on the ground. They will have to be removed. Right. As long as they're there, they're going to be, because savages do what savages do. All right. So, and we used to call them this, right? And not all of the Middle Easterners, of course, but the ones that were savages. So, what is a savage? It's an adjective, not domesticated or cultivated, wild, not civilized, barbaric, very, very fitting, vicious or merciless, brutal. So, why did Trump not do the strike yesterday? Well, because they were saying that they were going to surround the targets with human shields, right? So Trump had to find some kind of excuse of not to do that, blow up innocent people. So he was like, "Oh, we've made a deal with them. All right, last minute they decided they were going to do this, and maybe there's something to that. I believe there probably was, and because they're savages." And they want to make you believe whatever you want to believe so they can get a little bit of an edge. And they feel that if they can get a little bit of an edge, they can kill more people, right? Because they're savages, right? And savages are not just in Iran. They're also in Beirut. They're also in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Iraq, right? Where I used to. I spent a lot of time in Iraq, and there were Iranian-backed savages there. Soleimani was the general, and he was killed by Trump in Iraq, right? So Iraq fomented, after we went in and liberated Iraq from Saddam Hussein, the Iranians started a civil war, right? And with help of the deep state, of course, because Iran is basically deep state. Now, one of the things that President Trump said was that, 47 years of, vicious control and so forth is going to come to an end. He was talking about last night, 8 o'clock Eastern time, but which is 8 o'clock Eastern time now. Did they start bombing Iran now? So the next day, no, we're not going to bomb them because they're we made a deal and they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, they shut it down. So if that's the case, that we're not going to bomb them because they opened the Strait of Hormuz or booze, then the bombing should start, right? And perhaps the bombing will start later, right? Because it was better to wait another day to catch them off guard, or 2 days, or 3 days. The weekend always seems to be a good time to do this so that the markets can, not get hammered, right? Because people have a lot of money in the market. Right? So the market goes down, people get a little antsy. So that's not what we want. So we'll probably see the strikes happen at some point, guys. Like I told you, you're dealing with savages, right? They're not going to deal, right? And the only way they deal is because they feel that there's an edge, and they're going to keep their strikes up. The only way to take out savages is to physically take them out, right? And that's the same around the world, whether it's in the U.S. Hello, right? So let's look at some savages now. I have talked about how, a lot of places in the Middle East, they have disregarded the feminine aspect, which is definitely going on in Iran. But these savages have savage women, and savage women make things even more savage, right? So let's look at some savage women that have come to America, right? And we have from the Middle East and from other areas, savage women that are doing savage things that need to be deported, right? Along with the savage men that are with them. right? It's very simple. It's very simple. And of course, again, I'm not talking about everyone that's Middle Eastern, right? So let's look at some savage women, all right, that are have been picked up, I guess, by ICE and are getting ready to be deported.
Commander who was killed during President Trump's first term are now in federal custody.
So this is the wife, I guess, and the daughter of Soleimani, or maybe it's his daughter and the daughter's daughter. I'm not quite sure, but savage women, man. You're going to find out.
Facing possible deportation. This after Secretary of State Marco Rubio revoked their green cards. The niece of the late General Soleimani is known as a regime apologist who promoted the IRGC, even while she and her daughter lived a very luxurious Western lifestyle. Joining us now.
All right, so here you see they're scantily clothed, and they have like a TikTok, they're TikTok performers or whatever. So they have a TikTok, channel, and they get a lot of views. Now, they're from the IRGC, of course, grandniece of General Soleimani, who was killing Americans, right? That's why we killed him. He was a savage. So here are savage women from a savage man, all right? So when you see people like this, you're not going to have sympathy for them, because what are they doing? They're coming to America scantily clad, and showing themselves everywhere. If a hair gets out from under a burqa in Iran, and they have done this, and these women are from that group that does that, and they're being paid to live here in America. They're getting money.
Sheila Nazarian, she fled Iran as a child. She's now a plastic surgeon. She joins us now. And Sheila, as we were saying, this was pretty stressful times. I want to read to you this headline from an Arab News article saying that the U.S. arrest of slain IRGC commander's kin lays bare scandalous double standards as Iran continues crackdown on women's freedoms. Images of the two women living lavishly in LA spark anger online. Have you heard the same?
Absolutely, Dana. These women are posting in bikinis on yachts. They are wearing V-neck dresses down to their belly buttons. They are wannabe Instagram influencers, all on the blood money that was embezzled, stolen from the Iranian people. And there's thousands of them, Dana, not just two. There's thousands in the US and Canada and in London. And they are such hypocrites. You can show a few strands of hair in Iran, get 74 lashes. I've seen women kicked to the ground, kicked in their heads while on the ground for violating the hijab policy, much less these women showing, like, if you look at their Instagram, it's infuriating. They're on yachts, they're on helicopters, they're shopping on Rodeo Drive, half naked. And it's almost like, rules for thee, but not for me in full display.
Sheila, the Department of Homeland Security said this about her, that her trips to Iran illustrate her asylum claims were fraudulent. If we have reason to believe a green card holder poses a threat to the U.S., the green card will be revoked. It's interesting that she would try to claim asylum.
All right. So to add to this, she has said that America is the devil, right? And that we should be destroyed. Yet here she comes over and over again. She goes back to Iran, gets her, money dump or whatever, and then comes back to America, lives in LA, where it's like everybody that hates America lives in LA, it seems like, right? So not everybody in LA, of course, but a lot of people that go to LA hate America. It's like come to LA, you can hate America, and we'll make you a movie star, right? So this is what's going on. These savages, because they were saying they needed asylum, so they're working our laws, and if they get found under the Trump administration, they're going to get deported. So they are against America. openly against America, and they're going to go back to Iran. And I don't know, it seems like at some point Iran is going to go back to the people, right? Because these savages that are running Iran, I'm telling you, they're going to be removed, right? And when the people come back and these little savage girls, ladies are still there, oh, buddy, it's not going to be good.
We see that all the time, unfortunately, Dana, not just with these Iranian, elites' daughters, but we see it in the Somali community as well. My family claimed asylum and came here in 1986, and we have never returned, because if we do, you see these Iranians or these Somalis vacation in the country that they're claiming asylum from. That is not a real asylum claim. If they were really afraid for their lives, they would not be vacationing in their home countries.
We just had Brett Baer on, and he had spoken to President Trump just a few moments ago. And it looks like this 8 p.m. deadline, it's a very serious one. And I'm wondering if you could give us some perspective about how you and your family are thinking about this moment.
Yeah, and I want to, address the 2 French prisoners that were released. Perhaps that wasn't a good faith thing. Perhaps that was because France denied Israeli airspace to transport U.S. weapons, and that was the deal they made with Iran. Dana, there is no good faith negotiations with this regime. This regime has shown for 47 years that they use negotiations as a stall tactic, as a delay tactic.
All right, so we've been dealing with this. And we can say it's the very negative Iranian regime. But is it really? Yes, on one level it is, but on another level, it's also the city of London. All right. So the city of London has puppeted these people into those positions of power, guys. Right. You can look back in history. It was MI6 that deposed the prime minister of Iran, and then the Shah came in. They supported him, and then they supported the Khomeini, and they had a little revolution. Now we're talking about these people, these savage people that come here from Iran. Now the 444 days we had hostages in Iran, and there was like this one woman, they called her Screaming Mary. So Screaming Mary, later, she was one of the revolutionary students that was, part of, taking over our embassy, and on a daily basis in the press, she would be screaming, saying that if she was allowed, she would, her son is, because remember, she was corrupted in the universities in Iran. Her son is living, I think, in LA. I don't know, maybe he's living in America somewhere. And he's a professor. He needs to go. So he's teaching our children, all right, our students in university to hate. And that's probably why, they're all living in LA, guys. It's Democrat hellhole, right? So we're starting to see this now. I've had guests on. Sheila Holm has talked about this. She talked about how there was a lot of Iranians that came, after, the Shah fell during the time frame, and they came to San Diego, but they took over like housing that was supposed to be for underprivileged people. They took it over. So this is not something new. This has been ongoing for a long time. Now it's getting exposed. All of the fraud that has been accumulating in America over time is being exposed. Maybe we'll have Sheila come back on and talk a little bit more in depth about this, but this is something that she's mentioned before in the past, right? So it is, yeah, minions of the Crown Corp. Yep, absolutely. And as POTUS says, shitholes. Right? So That's right, Sully. So these are shitholes in America, right? And they're very similar to the shitholes that are in the Middle East because they have the same mindset. Same mindset, guys. It's very, very frustrating for someone that's seen this overseas, and now I see the enemy within. Right? See the enemy within. So Canada, same thing. Come to Canada. No, don't go to Canada. No. Somebody's joking there, I hope. It's because Canada is worse than America and almost as bad, if not worse, in some places than the Middle East. All right. So now I've said that I believe that there is a moon. All right. I have memories, secret space program, and all kind of crazy stuff. So I have memories of being inside that object. That's the moon. It has a outer core that has lots of moon craters on it. It's not a real thing. It was manufactured, and inside it's hollow, and there's other civilizations in there. We have reached evidently a level where they're allowing us to see the dark side of the moon now, right? So the Artemis 2 that went around the moon, fantastic pictures are coming through. I told everybody, I said, I know a lot of you guys are doubters about the moon landings and so forth. I think that was disinformation recently that came out that said that it was all staged. I think they did have some staged events in case, there were some problems where maybe the astronauts got into some problems, whatever, right? So a lot of people, made comments about this over the years. Maybe some of them weren't real, some of them were. I don't know, but I have complete faith there is a moon, and we just flew around it, and we just had some really good pictures that came back from it. So I know a lot of people make comments. They have a strong belief in one area, so that it's not. I'm open-minded, guys. I just look at everything, but I believe, that it is real, right? So we'll find out. All right, so let's look at some of these pictures.
Here we see the moon as taken from the Orion spacecraft on its approach to the lunar flyby. This is a first quarter moon, and sunlight is coming in from the right side. Also, to the bottom right edge of the moon, we can see the Oriental Basin with this large black patch of ancient lava in its center. This Oriental Basin is a 600-mile wide impact crater ringed by mountains. So this is a big impact that the moon once had. Now we see the resultant feature of that. And here is a gorgeous photo of the moon and of the Earth from later in the lunar flyby mission. We see the waxing crescent moon clearly visible, and then to the right, just about to set below the horizon, a tiny crescent Earth. Just wonderful. And here is another incredible image of the moon taken by the Artemis 2 crew. And we really see that 600-mile wide impact crater Oriental Basin right there, roughly in the center of the moon to the south.
All right, so in some of these shots, you're seeing some stars. In some of them, you're not. Now, the reason why in some of them you're not is because if you go outside, if I went outside right now and looked up and didn't see any stars, that's because there's a lot of light out there, right? Now, when that sun goes down, I'll be able to see the stars. So on the dark side of the moon, they're able to see some of the stars, but still there's a lot of light coming from the sun.
And here we can even see the different rings of the Oriental Basin, one of the moon's youngest and best preserved large impact craters. It is a quite dominant feature. You also see the other numerous impact craters littered across the surface. Again, because the moon effectively has no atmosphere, there's no wind or any sort of atmospheric phenomenon to disturb the features and to erode them over time. The only thing that would do that would be moonquakes. And the moon doesn't have moonquakes all that often. So we really see that the moon had a very dynamic past, and it's still dynamic to this day. There are some reports that the astronauts actually saw some impact flashes during their lunar flyby. And here we see an incredibly detailed image of the surface of the moon showing all the different impact events, the different sizes, ages, and more. And of course, you see the Earth there setting below the horizon of the moon.
So the surface of the moon is basically it is made from like rock, and it's manufactured. It can be created and made round like it is that you see right there, round, not flat. Right. So as you're seeing in this picture, right, you're looking at the Earth. It looks round, doesn't it? Right. There's more to the Earth. We'll probably find that out. There's probably more to the flat and the round and the different atmospheres and so forth. But here you see craters on the pretty much lifeless, created. I'm not going to say it's human created, but it was created by beings, and it's basically a satellite that was put into Earth's orbit to keep the Earth from losing its oceans and so forth. This happened during not a solar, but our solar system. There was a war in our solar system. We have kind of like what we've seen in Star Wars, where a planet killer came in and blasted one of our planets, and that's why we have the asteroid belt. So we got hit as well, and the moon was moved in to basically make sure that we didn't lose all of our atmosphere, right? So those are my thoughts on it, and agree with it or not, just be observant. Some of these things will play out, I think, in the future.
So this is an Earth set, something that you would probably see should you spend any length of time on the moon traversing across the surface. So maybe in 50 years when there's space tourism, this is a site that you could see yourselves. And one thing to note here is that you see the Earth, you see the moon, you don't see any stars. Well, why is that? Let's explain. Let's discuss why we're not seeing any stars in some of these photos. There should be stars in space, and of course there are. Why aren't we seeing them? This is a question that people have asked going,
all right, so a lot of people have jumped on this already and said, see, blah, blah, blah. All right, so now it's going to get explained.
All the way back to the Apollo missions, there's still a lot of debate, you could say, around this, but it's a pretty simple explanation. So here we see a photo of the moon and of space. We see that the exposure time on this is only 1/1000th of a second, so 1 millisecond. So the camera opened up its shutter and exposed the sensor to light from its environment for 1 millisecond. Well, in space, there is a lot of light if you're near a star. For example, Earth's orbit, where we are, we receive 1,362 watts per square meter of total solar irradiance. This is all the wavelengths, all the frequencies of light being emitted by the sun. And well, the moon is right in Earth's orbit, so it's receiving effectively the same amount all the time, just like we are. The majority of light from the sun, the light output, photonic output, photons, quanta of light, is ultraviolet, optical, and infrared. Optical is what we see. So there's a lot of visible light in our space environment. On Earth, we of course have daylight, which is when that visible light is hitting the planet. You also have the dark side of the Earth, where it's nighttime. There's always half the Earth in darkness. So that is where there's no light from the sun coming in, unless it's being reflected by the moon or Venus or Jupiter or whatever. And so during a full moon, you will get quite a lot of light because it is reflecting that solar light back to the dark side of the Earth. But if it's a new moon where the sun and the moon are basically close together in the sky, you're just having darkness. So now that the light level from the sun is greatly reduced, because light photons move in exact straight lines, they don't bend or anything, right? Then you get darkness and you can see the stars. Of course, you're not seeing the stars during the day. Have you ever gone out and looked up and seen stars in the day sky? No. Now, of course, we have an atmosphere, but
You don't see stars in outer space.
again, this is daylight conditions that they are operating under.
I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
All right. So there you go. There's lots to learn, guys. Soon, many of us are going to be out in space. Tourism space is coming. Not for you guys that are negative, though. You guys stay on Earth. And go ahead and make yourselves known now, because we're going to put you last on the list, right? No, I'm kidding. Whatever. Maybe your guys are going to be the first, or you can come back and say I was stupid and wrong, right? So whatever. All right, so let's talk more about disturbing news, because you guys know that I believe that the deep state is pushing us into another lockdown, and this one is an energy lockdown. It's already starting to manifest in a lot of places. I talked about it several days ago on a video, had lots of views. So you guys you want to know, right? And I'm telling you, you want to know, because if we expose these bastardos, they can't get over on us, right? So we have to do that early, because we were late to the game, unfortunately. I was watching it, and it was really before I had a big presence on YouTube, and then I was like, I saw it, and then I started. I got to talk about this every single day. So we weren't that ahead of it. Now we've been ahead of a lot of things, like we dimed it out very early. This is something that needs to get exposed. Now, even though we are exposing it, they can still push us into this, and I think it's almost every country but the United States is pushing this, guys. It's every country. They know what they're going to do, and they've been planning this, and they've been progressively pushing us in this direction for quite some time. All right, the trumpet. Thanks for that. Thanks for that super chat. Nice, thank you. All right, so we're pushing into this lockdown, guys. It's already starting to manifest in some areas. Now listen to this one woman, Survival Lily from Germany. She's always been on this. She's front line on when these guys start to play their games, and she picks up on it really quick. Now watch what she says about Germany.
Germany. So now if you are a German citizen, if you are a male between 17 and 45 years old, and you want to leave Germany for more than 3 months, you need a special permission to do so.
So imagine that you're going to leave, you name the country, because a lot of, I know people from all over the world watch this, but I'll just use America. Imagine you're going to leave America, and you're going to leave America for more than 3 months, and you're between 17 and 45 years old. That's the age of the military age, right? So if you're going to leave more than 3 months, they want to know. And it sounds like they're going to restrict that. What do they got planned, right? So we know they've been pushing, all of those European countries have been talking about getting ready for war with Russia, guys, right?
Persons who have reached the age of 17 must obtain permission from the responsible career center of the German Armed Forces if they wish to leave the Federal Republic of Germany for more than 3 months. Previously, this regulation only applied in crisis situations meaning an increased external threat or an actual armed attack on the Federal Republic. So this is really concerning to hear. If I was a young German male, I would definitely think about leaving the country, because if laws are changed to a situation where you cannot leave anymore, then I'm really asking myself, what are they planning for Germany, right? So I'm not surprised that.
All right. So you have to stay big picture, guys. You can't just be in your own little world, in your own little town. You have to look at what's going on in the world, because that's going to give you an idea what might be coming for you in your country or the U.S., wherever, right? Because I've talked about what they get away with in Australia, and they're starting to get away with locking down Australia already, guys. And food is starting to run out and so forth. They could bring that here to America very, very quickly, right? That's their plan. So we have to be very much aware of what these guys are doing. You know, I've been teaching you guys for 6 years now how to watch these signs. If by chance I get locked out of, YouTube again, it's something you have to be aware of on your own. And even Rumble, there's stuff that I had on Rumble that has now been taken down. Even Rumble took down some stuff. So just be heads up. Something could very well be coming, and you never know, right? So things are going to heat up in the Middle East. They're already heating up, right? Trump came out with the ceasefire, and like I've been saying, I've been saying it for all this time, if they do a ceasefire, or agree to a ceasefire, it's so they can get themselves better positioned, right? Same thing with Ukraine, the Nazis in Ukraine, the Nazis in Iran. If they ask for a ceasefire, it's so they can better position themselves, get more ammo, get better positions, dig in deeper, move supplies around, so forth. This is what Iran absolutely did with this ceasefire. Now, you might be thinking, well, how can Trump be so easily fooled? Don't think that we're not doing something too, guys. All right, we're not, getting better targeting, getting more supplies of ourselves, moving people in a position that could do the ground invasion, which is coming, and so forth. So just be, very, flexible in your thinking. Don't get stuck on, we have a ceasefire. Things are good. Look, Trump did it. He's a peacemaker. He's a peace dealer. You're dealing with savages. There's no peace with savages, guys. They have to be moved or eliminated, right? All right, so let's go a little bit deeper into this. It's already happening. It's been happening since the ceasefire. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain report attacks after Iran-U.S. truce, right? So I'm going to show you guys some videos in a little bit, but let's go ahead and look at this article real quick. It'll start us down the road. It didn't last long. Several strikes reported across the Gulf region hours after the U.S. and Iran announced a ceasefire for 2 weeks. All right, several Gulf nations have reported missile and drone attacks on their territories. Now, I've heard a lot of the little people that just want they can't believe they can't believe there's war, right? And I'm not saying that. I think we're coming to the end of war. Remember, and some of you are like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Well, what happened during the lockdowns, right? Basically, we don't need to do war because we got these people, these dumbasses, completely on what we want them. The only way we usually get them to do anything is to take them to war. Take us to war. They got a lot. Try it again. And that everybody needs. And you do, boys and girls, oil in it. And even in Germany, if you go deeper into Survival Lily's video that I was showing you guys, she talks about how they went in and they have like a coal mine, a large coal mine that could produce enough coal for all of Germany for 2 or 3 years, just one coal mine. Guess what they did? They're flooding it. They're flooding it. So we know what they're doing, right? Remember the gas pipeline that came across from Russia that the Europeans and the U.S. blew up? That was back during Biden's time, of course. They blew it up and blamed it on like a Polish commercial diver, whatever. So that was part of this longer term plan, guys, to put everybody in this position where it's easy once the Strait of Hormuz is shut down to cause this lockdown that's coming. It's coming. It's a tsunami that's on the way. It's coming, right? So, and this is another reason why, because we're dealing with savages, and you guys in your European capitals have savages running the show. UAE's defense ministry said in a statement that the sounds of explosions heard in different areas across the country were caused by air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles. The air defenses are currently dealing with missiles and drones coming from Iran, the ministry said. So operations in Abu Dhabi gas complex were also temporarily suspended after a fire broke out due to falling debris. And Kuwait also said its air defenses were intercepting a wave of Iranian drones. Kuwait's defense ministry, same thing, air defense responded intense hostile Iranian attacks. Does this sound like someone that's in a ceasefire? Kuwaiti armed forces, it sounds like somebody's taking advantage of it. Kuwaiti armed forces intercepted a large number of drones, because that's what savages do, remember, right? Some of which targeted vital oil installations and power stations in the south of the country. Several material damage, severe material damage in Kuwait's Interior Ministry. Bahrain's ministry also reported alleged Iranian attacks, which injured 2 people. 2 citizens sustained minor injuries, houses blown up. Explosions were heard in Bahrain's capital, Manama. And in the morning, AFP News said its journalists saw smoke rising from Sitra Island, which hosts Bahrain's principal energy facilities. So they're hitting energy and they're hitting water desalination plants. So now a lot of the Democrat idiots are screaming that Trump is going to go in and bomb their. It's like it's not right. It's against the Geneva Convention. Blah blah blah. Right. So yes, we're not targeting stuff for the people if we can help it. But now we're getting to the point where we have to destroy their energy infrastructure, because that's what they use to run these, drones and so forth, and keep these facilities going so they can attack the Middle East, our partners in the Middle East. All right, Gulf countries have faced repeated drone and missile barrages from Iran over recent weeks. So it's not anything new. Nothing's changed. These savages are going to continue to do what savages do, and that's kill others, right? And do very savage things and promote others to do savagery, just like those 2 knuckleheads, nieces of the Soleimani monster, roadside bombings and so forth. So now let's look at Beirut. Because Israel said, no, we're not going to bomb Iran, but we're going to go after Iran's little puppets, especially the ones in Beirut, which are, shooting missiles at us. So that's what they're doing. They've gone in and they started hammering Beirut. And here's some of the pictures that are coming from it right now. So in Beirut, I think there's 187 people that have been killed. So the Israelis are really hammering Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has really dug in throughout all of Lebanon. So even the capital, Lebanon now, central Lebanon is being targeted. Here's Lebanese army soldiers. So Lebanon is really a funky place. They have Christians and Muslims, especially the radical ones like we're seeing, don't get along, right? I know there was one time I walked by one of their neighborhoods on a mission that we're running, and the guy that was in that city that looked like some kind of third world hellhole, right next to beautiful Beirut, the Christian side, was yelling and screaming at me like he wanted. Good thing I got a gun, but this is savagery, right? Savages, unfortunately, guys, because they're going to bring savagery to you unless you bring. So I trained and I fought and I went overseas for 35 years. So those pictures would not come to America, but I think they might. In fact, I think they will, right? Unfortunately, because we have those savages here in America now. Biden let them in. And, well, they've been coming in for a long time. All right, so let's look at Iran bombed Saudi Arabia's oil, and aircraft's been shot down, all kind of crazy stuff. So, and it looks like UAE, United Arab Emirates, has gone in and bombed Iran. It's like, all right, we're in this war. If America's backing off, we're taking it to you. All right, so they went and bombed Iran because they got bombed. Hello, right? So the savagery comes to them. They're like, that's enough of this shit. We're going to take it to you guys too, right? So it's getting heated. It's starting to go to the next level, and this is part of the reveal that has to happen, guys.
Morning. We have news that Saudi Arabia's vital east-west oil pipeline carrying crude from the Gulf to the Red Sea for export has been attacked. Details are now indicating that it was hit with an Iranian drone, the Shahi drone. We believe it was a drone strike destroying part of the oil pipeline. Saudi Arabia's entire economy is linked to the oil industry. That's how they make money. That's how they enrich themselves. Iran now blowing up a critical oil pipeline or part of the pipeline. It is a massive pipeline. They were likely blowing up one of the terminals, I would assume, at the loading and offloading points. But huge news. We're supposed to have a ceasefire. The U.S. hasn't dropped a single bomb since the ceasefire was announced. Yet we've got Iran is unloading, firing all over the place, blowing up critical infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. We've got Israel unloading as well. So we have all sides. Everyone's fighting still except the United States of America. I want to make that clear. We're the only ones who've taken a step back. We're the only ones who.
Well, not completely, because he revealed another one just shortly. Remember, I told you guys that when I was in Iraq, the Iranians were causing lots of problems all over the Middle East where you have savagery. It's from Iran, right? So we went in, United States, because we're still there in Iraq, and we blew the hell out of, there's an Iranian general that was in Iraq, and as you're going to see after this little clip, They went in and blasted the hell out of these terrorists that are getting ready to, foment devastation probably in Iraq, like they did in the past from Iran. So it's on. It's game on almost everywhere now, and they have to be savages are going to savage until they get eliminated, guys.
Honoring the ceasefire, everyone else is cutting loose still. And on that point, the Kuwaitis, I'm going to put this on the screen right here. This is from an official Kuwaiti news outlet announcing their 3 power stations, so their energy infrastructure, and a water distillation plant, desalination plant, has been attacked. So they are hitting water desalination and energy infrastructure in Kuwait, bombing whatever they can see, whatever they can hit. Again, this is today, April 8th. The ceasefire was announced on the night of April 6th.
All right. So again, remember, this has been the argument of the liberal idiots that say that Trump is going to bomb their desalination plants. Well, Trump has not done that, but they are doing it. Because savages are going to savage until they're savaged out, right? And that doesn't mean to get tired of it. It's because they're no longer alive.
Yesterday, and the attacks are not stopping. And now they are hitting bigger and bigger targets. So this situation is on the verge of, quite frankly, getting worse than what it was. And the the IRGC, who's now running the country of Iran, the most radical people in the country are running it. That's where we're at as of the ceasefire. Says it shot down an Israeli spy drone, a Hermes 900 over Fars province. The IRGC saying any U.S. or Israeli aircraft entering Iranian airspace, even without conducting operations, will be treated as a ceasefire violation. So Israel sent a drone into Iran. Iran blasted it out of the sky. Drones are way easier to shoot down than fighter jets due to the fact they fly low, they fly slow. Anyone with a man-pad or even a machine gun can bring one down. So an Israeli aircraft, an Israeli drone has been shot down at this hour. So according to the IRGC, and they shot down, to be fair, the United States has admitted, I believe they shot down at least 13 of our drones. We don't know how many Israeli drones they shot down. But again, all signs point to this situation heating up. All right. And then right here, it says Iran has told vessels, Strait of Hormuz update. Iran has told vessels attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz that it is still closed, and any ship that attempts to transit will be targeted and destroyed, according to Reuters. Now, what is causing them to say they're going to do that? Iran is saying that as long as Israel continues its attacks on Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. The entire point of the ceasefire was to get the Strait of Hormuz open. That was
all right. So the Strait of Hormuz is not open, guys. All right. They've closed it back down. I think they'll let a couple ships through, and just to show, hey, we're doing it to basically have a show so that they could do what savages do. Right. So this is where we're at. So at some point, we're going to unleash all hell on these savages, guys. All hell. And send them back to the Stone Age, like President Trump talked about. So it's going to be at the timing and at the correct timing of the U.S. military. Now, CENTCOM, who's running this show, and the entire military, if you look at the entire military, only 10% of the U.S. military is going after these savages, right? These deep state savages. So the U.S. military that was built and used by the deep state for a long time is now turning against its creator, right? And so we've only used 10% of our military to basically kill the savages, right? Now, I don't know what's going to happen to the city of London, but somehow that place has to be bleeded. It has to be bled because they're bleeding, pedophile and adrenochromine right now, probably. So at some point, that bloodletting has to happen there. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
supposed to be the big win. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started, so getting something that we already had before the war started isn't really a win of any kind whatsoever. But now, literally a half a day later, simply one night later, the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians are saying, will be closed until the bombing attacks in Israel are over. Now, I want to put this up on, the bombing attacks by Israel in Lebanon are over. Now, we know that an Iranian oil facility was also blown up this morning, again, after the ceasefire was announced.
So there you go. That's a UAE Air Force Mirage 2009 fighter, which bombed the Iranian refinery plant in the island of Levan after the announced ceasefire. So they didn't start it, Iran started it, and then UAE struck back. Was this planned, that the U.S. would step back so that it would give a reasoning and excuse for some of the other Middle Eastern targeted countries can start their own strikes and get in on the game? Very well could be. So very interesting how this is starting to move in a little bit more of an escalation to really take out Iran. All right, one more from David Hookstead. Does a great job. I check his information out. He's always posting.
This is footage of an attack, a large-scale attack that took place on Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. You can hear a variety of different weapons. You can hear gunfire on the ground, explosions. It looks like there's a rocket in the air. Heavy gunfire on the ground, likely trying to shoot at U.S. drones or U.S. helicopters. It's just wave after wave. I should just do it here. So that is footage of Iranian-backed militias getting absolutely crushed by the United States of America as this war continues.
All right, guys. So 23 years ago, 2003 was when I was going into Iraq. Ambassador Bremer, protective detail, and these savages, we were fighting them all the time, right? And we were just barely escaping with our lives in some of these places. So mortared, I've talked about, my Archangel Michael experience during this time frame came from Iran. So we're still seeing 23 years later, this bullshit in Iraq from Iran. So how does it stop? The savages have to be completely eliminated, right?
Or I should say, as we're in the ceasefire, now we're hitting targets in Iraq instead of Iran. So a lot of fluid things. This is more footage of the headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Forces. You can see a massive smoke cloud where their headquarters are, indicating that some kind of bomb was dropped on it. And then right here, more footage. This is over Baghdad. That's an American F-15 Strike Eagle in the air, scoping out the Iranian targets. You see it right there. Here you have helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters deploying flares. So what those little lights you see coming out, that is them deploying flares to avoid the Iranian-backed militias on the ground from shooting them down with heat-seeking weapons. And right here, you can see more aircraft, helicopters coming in. You can't tell if that's a Black Hawk or an Apache gunship. Might be one of each. So we've got more helicopters in the air. And then right here, you see more U.S. aircraft on the move as they are looking for the Iranian-backed militia. So the ceasefire says we're not going to attack Iran. We have not attacked inside of Iran since the ceasefire happened. Israel has attacked Iran. It is believed an unknown other country bombed their oil facilities. There's been some speculation the UAE did it, but no country is taking credit for blowing up the Iranian oil facility. Iran obviously firing at a variety of targets in the region, at the explosions on the ground in Iraq as the attacks unfolded. So we got a lot of things going on. And
all right. So we're basically, again, it's only 10%. This is not deep state activity military, which I can tell you would make this go on for on and on and on and on. This is basically coming in and finally going after the heart of this beast, the heart of this savage monster, right? So this is going to be eliminated. But its octopus arms have to be eliminated as well, right? So we've been fighting, the United States, and used to be some NATO countries, but not now. So I say we pull out of all the NATO, or at least pull out of those places where they won't let us utilize our bases. All right. So there's I think it's Spain, Italy, maybe France. As you heard, France made a deal to free 2 of its captive soldiers or whatever that were there. Probably some I don't know, Foreign Legion guys. So they basically promised that they wouldn't let America use its bases. So all those countries that have done that, we should pull completely out of those countries tomorrow, right? Make an example. We don't have to pull out of all of NATO, just the ones that have been extreme assholes like France, Italy, and Spain, right? And maybe there's another one out there that I'm not aware of, but if they've gone full asshole, pull all our troops out, because we're basically paying to protect them, right? We're paying to protect them. You and I, we are paying to protect these asshole countries. Bullshit, right? Call your congressman and say, get the hell out of those countries that are not allowing us to go after these savages that are in Iran so we can stop all this bullshit. So Iran shutters Strait of Hormuz again after accusing Israel, like you heard from one gentleman, because of Hezbollah. The president said, according to Landers, they were not included in the deal. This is president talking to Liz Landers, right? Donald Trump. When questioned about the Lebanon ceasefire status, because I guess Iran, part of their deal was you're going to not going to take out some of our octopus arms, right? And Trump is like, bullshit, right? And obviously Israel, who is our ally, and taking down the deep state little octopus, is helping us do that. So Landers then reportedly asked Trump whether he was okay with Israel continuing their strikes, to which the president said that it was part of the deal, before hanging up after being asked about his threat against Iran civilization. So, wise ass, deep state, corrupt media, trying to put President Trump in a situation. And he's just like, I'm out. Trump did tell the New York Post that in-person talks with Iran would happen very soon, though he did not offer a specific time, and said that Vice President J.D. Vance might not attend due to security concerns. Right. So Lebanon criticized, of course they would, Israel's attack on X, calling the strikes barbaric. Right. Of course, they're savages, calling, their savagery being taken down as barbaric. Right. So this is what they do. And then the, liberal deep state press will pick that up and go, look, they're so barbaric. And stating that it proved Israel demonstrated their contempt for all international laws and norms. So it's okay for the Iran-backed terrorist to shoot missiles, which started this, into Israel. But Israel can't come and do the same thing and take out where all these missiles are located. that's against all international laws and norms, right? No. Shut up. Right? So, I mean, yeah, you can have opinion, but if your opinion's stupid, we're going to call it stupid, right? So it's a stupid opinion. Anyway, we have to be very careful with this, guys. With these some influencers that are out there that are exposing themselves, right? I call them MAGA infiltrators, right? Infiltrators that have been playing us for quite some time. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Now, let's look at marine traffic in that area, just so we can see, well, you know, maybe there's ships moving. Maybe this is all, you know, disinformation. Well, if we, you know, kind of zoom in on the Strait of Hormuz, looks to me like there's no ships going around the strait right there, right? There's a lot of ships that are still waiting to go. Now, this is basically, let's take some of these shipyards and ports out. These are all vessels that are out here, all right? There's a lot more. This is just showing a few. There's marinetraffic.org. You can go into these and you'll see thousands of ships on either side of the Strait of Hormuz and nothing in here moving, right? Because Iran said, you can't do that, right? And these ships and these crews and these captains and these shipping companies don't want to lose, you know, millions and millions of dollars worth of, you know, crude oil or, you know, other stuff that they're carrying back and forth through that strait. Because a lot of those countries are hurting right now because they depend on the shipping to come in and offload tons of supplies, which hasn't been happening for almost a month now, probably over a month. All right, so let's go into these MAGA infiltrators. I've been kind of like, you know, talking about this for a little while. And so I was like, well, we'll just let people, you know, figure it out for themselves. All right. So here you go. All right. Tucker, you know, he grew up in a Democrat family pretty much. And they're kind of hippies, you know, they didn't like war and so forth. And he's kind of, you know, showing that side of himself. But he's gone full retard, in my opinion. Tucker Carlson urges U.S. officials to defy Trump on Iran orders. Say no, absolutely not. Right. Now, if he was in the U.S. government, that would be treasonous, right? Now, if we heard this from the lamestream press, it would be like, yep, that's part of what they do, and because they're the deep state. So, what excuse does Tucker have now? Because I believe that Tucker is a MAGA infiltrator, right? Carlson comments come after the U.S. and Israel's aggressive bombing of Iran. And so Tucker Carlson says Trump is considering to use nukes against Iran. Did somebody inform you that? Or did somebody give you talking points like the CIA, which is already, he's already revealed that the CIA has, has interactions with him over time. So he publicly urges the U.S. military and Pentagon officials to actively defy Donald Trump and refuse orders if he attempts to launch nuclear weapons against Iran.
It is the logic of escalation in this war because in some sense, Mark Levin is right. We are not going to open the straits with the United States Marine Corps, the 82nd Airborne, or the Tier 1 operators that everyone on cable news seems to know so much about. The Tier 1 operators, Tier 1. Just guys, like some of the best guys actually in America, it's a more real way to put it. They are not going to open the strait. And so unless somebody puts the brakes on right away, we're going to wind up in a place that we can't even imagine. Not just Iran, us and the rest of the world. And so that
All right. So on the other side of this, are people still going to follow Tucker Carlson once he's proven to be complete bullshitter, right? And asshole? Probably, right? Probably. Because, some people just don't get it. They're going to follow these people until, I don't know, hell freezes over. So Denise DeSouza, a little frightening, but also exhilarating. It is important to recognize the people of Iran, cowering under the tyranny of the mullahs for half a century, support this. It is that twisted, brutish civilization that is imperiled, not the great civilization of ancient Persia. So it goes on to talk about that. So talks with Glenn Greenwald. A lot of these guys have gone full retard, guys. Complete and utter full retard. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad to see it. But it is what it is. All right. So here's another full retard exposure. Alex Jones. We've been exposing him for quite some time. And now he exposes himself, right? He goes full retard as well. So they're basically throwing themselves into the fire, right? So their deep state handlers are basically telling them, pull no punches, go full retard. It doesn't matter. We're your puppet master. You will do as you're told.
And the preachers around him act very demonic.
Jesus. Is that what really is under attack here? Maybe that's what's been under attack for a long time. Maybe our whole lifetime. Maybe almost everything we see is an attack on that faith. The one faith that is always attacked.
So he's basically saying that Trump is attacking Christianity, almost as if he's some kind of demonic, Luciferian type.
Always and everywhere for 2,000 years. Many faiths have been attacked. Many religious people of different religions have been killed. What's been under attack for a long time? Maybe there's been only one sustained effort to exterminate a faith. The thing we see is an attack faith. On Could that be faith, part of it? The one faith that is it possible that the president sees this always and everywhere for geostrategic terms, in military terms, in economic terms, got to open the strait. Okay. Is it possible the president sees this in bigger terms?
And people go, Mr. Fuentes, there's too many of them. What are we going to do? I'm like, I told you not to vote for Trump. The Antichrist was on the ballot. They practically said, Antichrist 2024, Gog and Magog and Armageddon. Like, you voted for this.
All of them comparing him to Jesus, comparing the weapons officer shot down on the plane to Jesus. I mean, this is cult.
So he's basically talking about those of us that are MAGA supporters. So those of us that support Trump.
Stuff. And it is an Antichrist spirit. The Bible tells us many times there are many Antichrists and an Antichrist spirit. And I don't think Trump's a devil worshiper. I don't think he gets on his knees and prays the devil. I think he's under a demonic spell. And the preachers around him act very demonic.
All right. So, in another, like a day or so ago, I was going to publish that, but I'm like, okay, let's see how far these guys go before I really pounce on them. He basically came out and said that same thing as Tucker Carlson said. So they must all be getting the same marching orders. He said that, people should disobey Trump as well. And he even went so far, he was with a guest. I don't know who his guest was, but his guest was like of the same opinion that people should tackle Trump and basically take him away and make him believe that he's still involved somewhere else. It was like very bizarre, right? So I've seen this type of stuff happen overseas, the Mockingbird media stuff. So it is going extreme retard, and it's probably going to go further until he basically wipes out all his audience, right? Because that's where they're taking this.
He's under a delusion that he's a savior. No, the Antichrist knows he's the Antichrist, but there are many that come in the form precursors of the Antichrist. Just like you have Abraham, and then you have David, then you have Jesus. It's the same repeat. Well, you have that with the Antichrist. But definitely this type of activity is ushering in Antichrist type behavior. The Iranians think they're triggering the return of the Mahdi, or the final Messiah. A bunch of sects of the Jews think that and say that everywhere. And the Christian evangelicals, the dispensationalists, believe that.
All right. So we're pretty much going full retard there with Alex Jones, guys. So it's up to you guys if you're still following, people like that, Tucker Carlson, several others out there that have gone, in my opinion, full retard. And that's probably because of their deep state puppet masters, right? Differing opinion. You can follow them if you want. It's just, you're going down a dark road if you do. It's up to you. But again, we're going to see more and more of these people reveal themselves, as time goes on. And this is a no-go land, all right? We're hearing from these people that are doing that. And how do you handle that? Turn them off. You don't follow them anymore. You don't support them anymore, all right? And if you see them somewhere, give them the thumbs down or, whatever. But these guys are obviously, given directions. I've been seeing it leaking through over time. Many of us have been, pointing it out. I don't really do it as much as I felt impelled to do in the beginning, because these people are going to have their followers, and their followers are going to attack you, and it's just not worth it, right? And who knows, maybe because I'm pointing this out, I'll probably get attacked by some of their followers. So, but I mean, you choose. That's kind of where I'm at right now. You decide if you want to follow that line, or just look like me. I just kind of look at it and go, wow, how far out there are they going to go? Because I've seen this happen in a lot of times, a lot of places, right? Seen the same pattern, right? You get people like that. They get followings. They build up a following, and then they strike, right? So these guys are striking now. And I don't know, maybe Trump is already, because Trump, he's a master at hammering these people. I mean, I can't hammer him like he does. He's brilliant at it, right? So we probably, if he hasn't already, we're probably going to hear from Trump and say, this person, but he's got a job to do right now. He's got a job of taking down one of the most powerful deep state armies in the world that was built up over 47 years. And now it's been taken apart, all right? Very short order by the most powerful military in the world that was built by the deep state. Right? So we're using the deep state stuff. And of course, Israel, deep state. We're using Israel too. Yeah, we're supporting you. Yeah, go ahead and bomb Hezbollah. Go ahead and bomb Hamas. Go ahead and bomb Iran, right? We sent you the material. So they're doing the work of the good guys. Who knows? Who knows what's going to end, where it's going to end. But, I thought that, okay, maybe this is it. But I'm like, I don't think so. I've said, I've dealt with these savages, and like I keep saying, Tucker will make you believe that, right? So I can tell you, there wasn't a lot of death when we went into Iraq, right? And it would blow you away how many savages. Same thing in Afghanistan, same thing in Pakistan, right? And very few, the ones that did happen were coordinated and promoted and made possible by the deep state, unfortunately. And maybe they didn't happen, like Extortion 17, SEAL Team 6, Gold Squadron guys that went down Afghanistan, right? Did they all go down? Were they stopped out? I don't know. But I've had people that have said that they're still alive. I don't know. I talked about it early on, and I had some very interesting people that I used to work with in the SEAL teams contact me and dissuade me from talking about that. So I was like, okay, I'll leave that one alone for now. So we'll see, guys. I think that the deep state, in all its ways, throughout our military, throughout the militaries of Europe and so forth, because I think there's good guys that are in operations in a lot throughout Europe as well. So maybe we won't pull the NATO bases because we'll need them to basically take down the deep state in all those countries. I don't know. So, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, just how deep down this rabbit hole we need to go to eliminate all the deep state. It could take years. Many of us talked about this for a while. It could take years, right? So, because think about that. Think about, how these savages, in the Middle East have infiltrated, not just in, Palestine, not just in Lebanon, but also in Yemen and in Afghanistan and in Pakistan and so a lot of other places, guys. So they have to be eliminated. They have to be removed. They have to be plucked. It's going to take time, but it will happen. And hopefully within the next couple of years, because it makes it easier when you got somebody that, has full backing of the good guy military as we're cleaning out the bad guys. Because they had to get rid of 20 more generals, and I don't know, maybe some admirals too, just recently from the military roles, right? Pete Hegseth. And so where do they come from? They were put in there during the 4 years that Biden was there, guys, right? And they have to be removed. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. We're going to see this thing, play out, how it's going to play out. But we win. We will win. We always win. And it doesn't matter what Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones say, we will win. And Trump is not the Antichrist. So, all right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. We'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A Monday, August 10, 2026 emergency broadcast system activated. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. As of 12:01 a.m. EST Monday 10th of August, the quantum financial system was fully synchronized with Nizara/Jazara protocols. The White House has initiated the final phase. EBS signals were now active across the Starlink satellite system, bypassing all mainstream channels. Mass arrests of deep state operatives were ongoing. High-profile figures were detained under military tribunals. The cabal's last effort to stop the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness were imminent to protect the public while truth was delivered through EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance was in control. Gold-backed currencies were active. Debt jubilee initiated. Humanitarian funds were being released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor. Stock up on water, food, batteries and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light prevails. God wins. Trump wins. We the people win. B2s. April 7, 2026. The Nizara announcement was imminent, the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Worldwide EBS announcements will follow. All screens, all channels will air full disclosure and sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase where truth will be delivered without interruption. The quantum financial system is already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. C2s. April 7, 2026. Prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law. Beginning very soon. Military to distribute provisions where needed. Trump QFS Center ISO 20022 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for this historic strike, with the alliance already surging arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nizar-Jazara laws, erasing all illegitimate debt, sending the IRS and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The EBS broadcasts non-stop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government finance, education and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm Quanons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschild, Clintons, Gates and entire cabal panic as their empire crumbles, with medbeds activating to heal patriots, veterans and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Border strength and sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle and now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks, with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump has ripped control from the cabal, restoring the sovereign treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax rule now. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Starlink broadcasts QFS announcements worldwide. Banks briefly dark as old debts are erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launch for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Wednesday, Global Currency Reset. Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the Global Currency Reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Bank screens are lighting up with rates: IQD, $9.35, VND, $5.89, Nizar-Jazara connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7, 2026. Bruce the Big Call. On Monday, 6, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated and individual accounts were mirrored into the system and were now live. We would be told how much gold the U.S. has between April 11th to 15th, Saturday to Wednesday, in conjunction with the worth of the new U.S. notes. The conflict in Iran would not affect when Tier 4B would start exchanges. Two different sources reported different deadlines. One source said Tier 4B, us, the internet group, would get notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days, by Sunday. The other individual gave us a timeline of 11,12, 13th of April, Sat, Sun, Moon. The PM of Iraq would be seated on Sat. April 11, 2026. We would be notified of the PM of Iraq on Moon. April 13, 2026. F. U.S. Economic Structure. Wednesday, June 10, 2026 was the lock-in date for the new 50 state credit union banks. Based on gold/asset-backed monies, the system prioritizes accessibility and local empowerment while minimizing systemic burden. Interest rates were between 0% and 3%, which dramatically reduced the cost of borrowing. It has an economic footprint of only 4% of GDP, suggesting a lighter systemic load, has zero income and property taxes, emphasizing financial relief at the individual level, and enjoyed a foundation of direct ownership of we the people, reinforcing decentralization. 2s. April 7, 2026, breaking U.S. debt clock, interest, for good or evil. U.S. debt clock exposes two systems, two futures for America. The present Federal Reserve System using the fiat U.S. dollar has been driven by scale, complexity and cost, where the burden shifted increasingly toward the population, and with interest rates ranging from 6% to 24%, significantly increasing long-term debt exposure. It has an economic reach of up to 20% of GDP, indicating a heavier systemic footprint. It promoted income taxation between 10% and 37%, reinforcing continuous extraction. The banking cartel centralized structure was associated with concentrated control. Since the gold/asset-backed global currency reset activated on Monday 6 April, 63 major U.S. banks have collapsed under the Federal Reserve System, with over $517 billion lost. Wars and rumors of wars. 2s. April 7, 2027. Fox News, a U.S. attack on Iran has just killed 50 senior Iranian leaders, per Fox. This comes shortly after a post from President Trump tonight with a video of the strike. Mass arrests. 2s. April 7, 2026. Fox News, federal agents just delivered a major blow to the Jalisco New Generation Cartel CJNG. In a massive coordinated raid across Phoenix, authorities took down a major stash house operation, seizing huge quantities of narcotics, weapons and cash. 121 plus arrested. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dump tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. Guru Information and Intel, I2s. April 7, 2026. Final phase begins. Financial system collapsing as hidden battle escalates. Patriots around the world are witnessing the final phase of the Great Awakening as the financial system edges toward total collapse amid an escalating hidden war. Gene Decode, the veteran U.S. Navy submarine expert with extraordinary remote viewing abilities, has delivered powerful intel that is electrifying QAnons and truth seekers everywhere. This dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces, separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschild and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialectics. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in this grand scheme. Current Middle East developments are part of a desperate setup for broader global conflict, aiming to pit civilizations against each other. Yet the White Hat's alliance has masterfully countered, exposing the off-world origins of these dark forces from the science system and their soul-hacking technologies. The push for gas fields and new canals reveals their greed, but the light is prevailing. BRICS nations are accelerating de-dollarization with gold-backed currencies, crushing the cabal's financial empire. No new fiat currency has been printed since 2017, and leaders worldwide are dismantling central banks. The quantum financial system is poised to bring true prosperity and freedom from debt slavery. Underground battles continue fiercely, with targeted earthquakes marking dump cleanouts and the rescue of countless trafficked souls. From the Middle East borders to Asian networks, the alliance is destroying child trafficking operations and satanic strongholds. In America, the deep state ramps up medical tyranny with tyrannical rules allowing home invasions and forced quarantines. This blatant declaration of war on the people will ignite massive peaceful resistance and civil disobedience. The White Hats ensure it awakens the masses without full kinetic chaos. Trump's strategic trials will unleash classified evidence of widespread election fraud and deep state crimes, serving as the ultimate revelation. The emergency broadcast system awaits to broadcast the truth globally. Spiritually, this is humanity's defining moment. Reject false divisions, stand for the Creator, and envision the new golden age. Suppressed free energy technologies will return, the planet heals, and victory over these invaders is at hand. Patriots, the cabal is in its death throes. The financial collapse signals their end. Stay strong, united, and ready for liberation. The alliance plan is unfolding perfectly, and the best is yet to come. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 8, 2026: 2. April 7, 2026, did they really think we would believe there was another mission to the moon? It's all been faked so NASA could continue to launder millions of U.S. taxpayer monies into their pockets. Post from Starkey Farmstead. 2. April 7, 2026, former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. 2. April 7, 2026, Pam Bondi was fired, in part, because President Trump believed she had tipped off Eric Swalwell, according to the Daily Mail. Trump reportedly believes Bondi had tipped off Swalwell about the FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swalwell's relationship with Christine Fang, the Daily Mail reports. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening due to her personal friendship with Swalwell, a source told the Daily Mail. 2. April 7, 2026, on July 4, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Jazara Nizara on Telegram. 2. April 7, 2026, Obama diverted $400 million from Iran's pallets of cash through the Dubai embassy to Italian operatives and Merrill Lynch in Geneva to fuel the stolen 2020 election, which was exposed, under oath, by Maria Zack. In return, Leonardo spa officials used military satellites and CIA tools like Hammer and Scorecard to hack U.S. voting machines, flipping Trump votes to Biden along with other fraudulent methods, machines, mail-in ballots, and remote access. China coordinated the operation with tech and bribes, the CIA oversaw the stolen 2020 election, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet to the cabal and foreign powers. This global election fraud cartel is the largest threat to American democracy in the world. 2. April 7, 2026 shocker from FBI Director Kash Patel was that deep state operative Erica Kirk, widow of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk, has been taken to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Israeli Mossad, and child trafficking. 2. April 7, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, Trump's ultimatum shakes the world, Iran on the brink, oil explodes, global order at stake, intel drop / April 7, 2026. 2. April 7, 2026, breaking military intel, bleeding, alone, hunted, U.S. colonel survives the impossible in Iran, a story that defies logic and redefines survival. 2. April 7, 2026, bombshell alert, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. 2. April 7, 2026, breaking, the New World Order, U.S. moves to withdraw 100,000 troops from Europe and halt trillions in defense spending. 2. April 7, 2026, the shocking story they never wanted you to hear. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, Made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us. It gets so confusing. Sunday, April 5, 2026, boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS, tariffs in, income tax out. Trump's signature on dollars signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. 2s. April 7, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says the U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who thinks that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all that. Which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups. But bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. 2s. April 7, 2026, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the Matrix. Q. The Storm Rider on Telegram. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dump tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. With the mass arrests now in full force, a financial tsunami and global lockdown with temporary martial law appeared imminent. The new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, was set to wipe out the Rothschild central banking system. Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank could soon be offline with your bank account balance zero, bank card declined, ATMs and bank apps not working. It is advised to withdraw your bank account monies out now. This worldwide financial collapse had been coming for a long time. Dutch banker Ronald Bernard had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies and was an expert at money laundering. Clinton's Badawgate was discredited as fake news by the mainstream media despite NBC's, June 11, 2013. Televised report regarding Hillary Clinton using her position as U.S. Secretary of State to cease an investigation into child trafficking within the State Department. EBS, martial law, 10 days of darkness. A Judy note, some say the EBS would be here tomorrow 7th of April. Some say in 2 days, or by Saturday 18th of April, or by Friday 1st of May. They all say soon the EBS will announce a world financial collapse. Martial law and 48-hour communication blackout would occur, complete with worldwide lockdown with no internet, bank, ATMs, phones and 10 days of darkness. 7 trumpets will sound on our cell phones across the planet to announce. A whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure EBS mandates. Monday, April 6, 2026, the EBS alert countdown has begun to martial law. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen and ATMs, credit and debit cards not working. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet announcing temporary worldwide martial law and 10 days of communication darkness. Internet, shut down, ATMs, banks, offline, phones, emergency calls only. # be prepared. Stock food, cash, essentials. Be Saturday, April 18, 2026, when the EBS activates. Do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18, 2026, When every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone. Your television. Your computer. All of them, simultaneously. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane. Not for an earthquake. For the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those WHO claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic. Because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel. Every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one WHO says, I told you. And now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Quantum financial system is operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump has ripped control from the cabal, restoring the sovereign treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax rule now. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Starlink broadcasts QFS announcements worldwide. Banks briefly dark as old debts are erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launch for we the people. Patriots prepare for EBS revelations exposing the satanic networks that have plagued humanity for centuries. Global currency reset on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026. Bruce, the big call. Military sources now said that April 6, 7 Mon. Tues were now possible notification dates for Tier 4B to set their exchange appointments. People with Zim were to obtain their MedBed appointments starting Thursday 9, Friday 10, Saturday 11th of April. Official, Redemption Centers opening first week of April 2026, full Jazara protocol activated, Donald J. Trump office on Telegram. The countdown is over. Redemption schedules are now being filled with authorized participants. The infrastructure is live. What happens inside a redemption center? White check mark emoji, biometric verification, complete identity sovereignty, white check mark emoji, asset-backed rates, legacy currencies, Zim, dinar, dong, exchanged into digital value, white check mark emoji, quantum card activation, linked to your sovereign wallet on XRP Ledger, XRPL. White check mark emoji, instant access, borderless funds, 24/7, secure, white check mark emoji, debt clearance plus wealth management plus project funding, full post-exchange onboarding, access is strictly controlled. No walk-ins. Monday, April 6, 2026, final phase activated, no turning back. Confirmed, Tier 4B is now live and moving, Nizara and Jazara connected on Telegram. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live Bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD, $9.35, fully active internally VND, $5.89, exceeding projected values Zim, processing, elite groups receiving now. Monday, April 6, 2026 Nizara, National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and Jazara, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, are two proposals for economic reform that have been circulating on the internet for quite some time. Tier 4B martial law. The main goal of these proposals is to make the world a better place by introducing a bunch of changes to the way we handle money. Some of these changes include Eliminating debt. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that all your student loans, credit card debt, and mortgage have vanished into thin air. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, that's what Nizar and Jazara are proposing. Introducing a new currency. Say goodbye to the good old US dollar and hello to a shiny new currency backed by gold, silver, or some other precious metal. This would make the value of money more stable and less prone to inflation. Revamping the tax system. No more complicated tax forms or surprise tax bills. Nizar and Jazara want to simplify the tax system and make it more transparent, so you can finally understand what's going on with your hard-earned cash. Helping the little guy. These proposals aim to support small businesses and individuals by giving them access to low-interest loans and other financial assistance. Monday, April 6, 2026 QFS Information Center, Quantum Financial System and the Tier 4B Internet Group. The World of Currency Revaluation, Redemption Centers and Nizar Jazara Payments, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, and Tier 4B Internet Group. This is where the future of currency revaluation and redemption centers comes alive. The financial world is on the cusp of a monumental shift, as Nizar and Jazara Payments begin to reshape global economics and individual prosperity. Are you ready for the shift from fiat to asset-backed currencies? The whispers of Tier 4B and redemption centers are no longer just speculation, they're about to transform your world. For those of you who've heard about Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, you might be wondering if you're part of this exclusive wave. It's about intent. If you've been involved in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, Zimbabwe ZIM, you could be part of the revolution. But this isn't just a group, it's a wake-up call. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places but could be your local bank or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the fiat slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about Nizar Jazara, this treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust, but you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now, because the Quantum Financial System is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can. Monday, April 6, 2026, they did not shut down the world in 2020 because of a virus. They shut IT down because of what was happening while you were locked inside, Mr. Poole on Telegram. While you were counting cases on your television screen, the largest military operation in human history was taking place underground. Literally underground. Between March 2020 and December 2021, Special Operations Forces from 22 nations conducted coordinated raids on a network of tunnels stretching across every continent. The tunnel systems were not small. They connected major cities. Some ran for hundreds of miles. Some were equipped with rail systems, living quarters, and medical facilities. What they found inside those tunnels has never been officially disclosed. But the evidence is everywhere if you know where to look. Monday, April 6, 2026, in October 2020, Dominion voting machines, accused of being designed to throw votes, received $400 million from Staple Street Capital, which is tied to China and the CCP. Smartmatic, SGO, and Dominion allegedly all share a small Barbados HQ address. And Core Software Licensing, creating major national security risks. Smartmatic was engineered under Hugo Chavez with built-in backdoors to alter elections without hacking. The operator manual exposes admin controls for remote/on-site vote changes. Workers testified to Dominion remotely fixing issues despite no internet oaths. Texas rejected the systems for lacking security. Stacey Abrams' own state website listed vulnerabilities. Swing states used them anyway, indicating intentional fraud, not errors. The Schiff on Telegram. Monday, April 6, 2026, it's the single largest racket empire in human history, built by the Democrats, for Democrats. Elon Musk. At this point, I think the words NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous. These fake NGOs. There needs to be a number of arrests. These are fake charities funneling billions of dollars to NGOs run by Democrats, which then go through a giant money laundering scheme. Monday, April 6, 2026, breaking special report, 49 million fake accounts targeting Americans, massive global fraud network busted, U.S. users among primary targets. Monday, April 6, 2026, breaking, Tucker Carlson and Ray Dalio, no privacy warning as CBDCs are coming, central bank digital currencies could give governments total control. Monday, April 6, 2026, breaking military intel, what just went down inside Iran? SEAL Team 6 leads multi-domain rescue U.S. Colonel recovered after 24-plus hours under active hunt. Monday, April 6, 2026, boom, Marco Rubio shuts down Safe Haven, niece of Iranian General Soleimani arrested in Los Angeles after anti-American rhetoric. Monday, April 6, 2026, breaking medical news, medical freedom explodes, 12 U.S. states move to unlock ivermectin, Nobel Prize drug at center of national battle. Monday, April 6, 2026, bombshell, General Flynn warns America, this was never about me. They were after the truth, all warfare is based on deception. President Donald Trump battles this evil head-on. His America First policies target trafficking rings and elite corruption, protecting the vampires. Securing borders and exposing deep state networks cuts off their supply of innocent blood. The deep state attacks Trump fiercely because he threatens their entire apparatus of ritual murder and financial domination. As his administration advances audits and dismantles pipelines, the cult weakens. Trump's leadership accelerates the Great Awakening. The blood flow stops as sovereignty returns, dismantling their global cult. Justice looms for these elite monsters feeding on humanity's children. The vampires fall when their demonic sustenance ends.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. NESARA announcement imminent. Official start of new system. End of old world structure. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. President Trump has activated Operation Liberty Shield, the largest military liberation campaign in modern history. Over 20,000 elite forces, including Navy SEALs, Delta units, Marines, and international white hats, have executed raids against the elite trafficking network buried deep inside underground tunnel dumps, biotech labs, and government installations across the globe. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, the NESARA announcement was imminent. The official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. Worldwide EBS announcements will follow. All screens, all channels will air full disclosure in sequence documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase where truth will be delivered without interruption. The quantum financial system is already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. Tuesday, April 7th, prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Beginning very soon, military to distribute provisions where needed. Trump QFS Center, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. This coordinated global military alliance operation launches the final international crackdown on deep state cabal that has controlled humanity for centuries. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water, and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for this historic strike, with the alliance already surging arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations and charges for child trafficking as the vast network tied to the Vatican royals and global leaders collapses. Special Forces rescues of American children from South American cartels highlight the commitment to leave no child behind, exposing underground horrors. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes, and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nasara laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS, and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The EBS broadcasts non-stop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government, finance, education, and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm QAnons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschilds, Clinton's Gates, an entire cabal panic as their empire crumbled, veterans and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Borders strengthen, sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance, and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle and now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones, and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Global Currency Reset. Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the Global Currency Reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Banks' screens are lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35, VND $5.89. Nasar connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, Bruce the Big Call. On Monday, the 6th, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated, and individuals' accounts were mirrored into the system and were now live. We would be told how much gold the U.S. has between April 11th to the 15th, Saturday to Wednesday, in conjunction with the worth of the new U.S. notes. The conflict in Iran would not affect when Tier 4B would start exchanges. Two different sources reported different deadlines. One source said Tier 4B, as the Internet Group, would get notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days by Sunday. The other individuals gave us a timeline of 11th, 12th, 13th of April, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The Prime Minister of Iraq would be seated. U.S. economic structure. Wednesday, June 10th, 2026 was the login date for the new 50-state credit union banks. Based on gold asset-backed monies, the system prioritizes accessibility and local empowerment while minimizing systematic burden. Interest rates were between 0 and 3%, which dramatically reduced the cost of borrowing. It has an economic footprint of only 4% of GDP, suggesting a lighter systematic load. Has zero income and property taxes, emphasizing financial relief at the individual level, and enjoyed a foundation of direct ownership of we the people, reinforcing decentralization. Tuesday, April 7, 2026. Breaking U.S. debt clock. Interest for good or evil. U.S. debt clock exposes two systems, two futures for America. The present Federal Reserve System using the fiat U.S. dollar has been driven by scale, complexity, and cost, where the burden shifted increasingly toward the population, and with interest rates ranging from 6% to 24%, significantly increasing long-term debt exposure. It has an economic reach of up to 20% of GDP, indicating a heavier systematic footprint. It promoted income taxation between 10% and 37%, reinforcing continuous extraction. The banking cartel centralized structure was associated with concentrated control. Since the gold asset-backed global currency reset activated on Monday, April the 6th, 63 major U.S. banks have collapsed under the Federal Reserve System, with over $517 billion lost. Mass arrests. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Fox News just delivered a major blow to the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, in a massive coordinated raid across Phoenix. Authorities took down a major stash house operation, seizing huge quantities of narcotics, weapons, and cash. 121 plus arrested. On Monday, April the 6th, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dumb tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. Guru Information and Intel. Tuesday, April 7th, final phase begins. Final system collapsing as hidden battle escalates. Patriots around the world are witnessing the final phase of the Great Awakening as the financial system edges toward total collapse amid an escalating hidden war. Gene Decode, the veteran U.S. Navy submarine expert with extraordinary remote viewing abilities, has delivered powerful intel that is electrifying QAnons and truth seekers everywhere. This dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschilds and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialects. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in the grand scheme. Current Middle East developments are part of a desperate setup for broader global conflict, aiming to pit civilizations against each other. Yet the White Hats Alliance has masterfully countered, exposing the off-world origins of these dark forces from the Scion system and their soul-hacking technologies. The push for gas fields and new canals reveals their greed, but the light is prevailing. BRICS nations are accelerating de-dollarization with gold-backed currencies, crushing the cabal's financial empire. No new fiat currency has been printed since 2017, and leaders worldwide are dismantling central banks. The quantum financial system is poised to bring true prosperity and freedom from debt slavery. Underground battles continue fiercely, with targeted earthquakes marking dumb clean-outs and the rescue of countless trafficked souls. From the Middle East borders to Asian networks, the alliance is destroying child trafficking operations and satanic strongholds. Also, it's important that we recognize what the light beings and the Venusians and Commander Thor and what they're doing in the very, very deep ancient tunnels. These are thousands of years old, and they are hunting down evil, all kinds of evil, but a lot of them are reptilians, and rescuing children. So we appreciate what they're doing as well. In America, the deep state ramps up medical tyranny with tyrannical rules allowing home invasions and forced quarantines. This blatant declaration of war on the people will ignite massive peaceful resistance and civil disobedience. The White Hats ensure it awakens the masses without full kinetic chaos. Trump's strategic trials will unleash classified evidence of widespread election fraud and deep state crimes, serving as the ultimate revelation. The emergency broadcast system awaits to broadcast the truth globally. Spiritually, this is humanity's defining moment. Reject false divisions, stand for the Creator, and envision the new golden age. Suppressed free energy technologies will return. The planet heals, and victory over these invaders is at hand. Patriots, the cabal is in its death throes. The financial collapse signals their end. Stay strong, united, and ready for liberation. The alliance plan is unfolding perfectly, and the best is yet to come.
Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Did they really think we would believe there was another mission to the moon? It's all been faked so NASA could continue to launder millions of U.S. taxpayer monies into their pockets. Post from Starkey Farmstead, YouTube. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Pam Bondi was fired. In part, because President Trump believed she had tipped off Eric Swalwell, according to the Daily Mail. Trump reportedly believes Bondi tipped off Swalwell about the FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swalwell's relationship with Christine Feng, the Daily Mail reports. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening, due to her personal friendship with Swalwell, a source told the Daily Mail. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. On July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Obama diverted $400 million from Iran's pallets of cash through the Dubai embassy to Italian operatives and Merrill Lynch in Geneva to fuel the stolen 2020 election, which was exposed, under oath, by Maria Zack. In return, Leonardo Spa officials used military satellites and CIA tools like Hammer and Scorecard to hack U.S. voting machines, flipping Trump votes to Biden along with other fraudulent methods, machines, mail-in ballots, and remote access. China coordinated the operation with tech and bribes. The CIA oversaw the stolen 2020 election, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet to the cabal and foreign powers. This global election fraud cartel is the largest threat to American democracy and the world. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Breaking military intel. Bleeding, alone, hunted, U.S. colonel, survives the impossible in Iran. A story that defies logic. And redefines survive American Media Group. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS and $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering. Scandal the 7th of April 2026. Breaking. The New World Order. U.S. moves to withdraw 100,000 troops from Europe and halt trillions in defense spending.
I'm currently at Commander Thor's Telegram channel, Valiant Thor 369. I wanted to remind everyone to please visit. He has lots of information going way back that he has posted. Now, recently, we know that the Artemis rocket had gone up to the moon and circled around the dark side of the moon. A lot of people are saying that that was CGI and faked and blah, 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 like they always do when it comes to NASA. I asked Commander Thor about that particular operation. He said it was real, not CGI. They did go to the moon and circle around the dark side. And I'm here currently at September 28th, 2024, where Commander Thor has some wonderful pictures and some explanations about the Apollo 20, which was a secret mission to the moon, and what they found there. So would be interesting if you are interested to read about some of the things they found. Martian, petrified Martian mothership, things like that. Fascinating. But yes, we do have a base on the moon. We even have prisoners up there. There's a Gitmo up there. And the Nazis were up there. I mean, there's a whole history of the secret space program being on the moon. So, yes, we did. NASA does go to the moon, can go to the moon. NASA did go. It was not CGI. If you read about the secret space program and everything, you'll know we are in space. We are already up there.
It's happening in the world right now, and just look at Iran, where, according to mainstream media, The United States is bombing the hell out of it. And the fact is they're bombing the hell out of what they put there. Because all of the terrorist cells that are in Iran are nothing to do with the Iranian people. They were created by the Bushes, the Obamas, and the Clintons under the control of Israel. Let's get it right. So what's being bombed there right now is the dismantling of the corrupt system that was put in by the US and Israel. It's not Iran. It's not the people of Iran. The people of Iran are amazing people. And I've been there. It's a beautiful country full of beautiful people, where Christians and Muslims have lived side by side for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They've lived in peace. They get on very well together until the Zionists showed up and then wanted to divide them and wanted to steal their country, allegedly, and wanted to steal other countries around there. That's why they created 25, 30, 40 years ago the term anti-Semitism. Allegedly. It was created so that it filtered into our psyche that if you said anything against them, you became an anti-Semite. Well, the fact of the matter is that Semitism is a language that's spoken in that part of the world. Most of the people who speak the Semitic language are actually Muslim and not what they claim the world to know, because they control, or they did control, the media. They control the narrative. They're losing control of that right now, and we're seeing the results of that. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is France has officially withdrawn all its gold reserves from the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Macron silently sold 129 tons of French gold stored in New York and bought it at an equivalent amount of gold in Europe. France is preparing for the end of the petrodollar. Well, wasn't that smart thinking, Charlie?
It certainly was, but it also confirms to me that what we're doing is watching a movie, because I know that this happened 3.5, 4 years ago. And now it's playing out for the public to see, and France is absolutely right in getting rid of or removing their gold from New York. And without being too frivolous, there is an awful lot of gold that is held in the Bank of England that does not belong to England. It belongs to other people, but it's in the custody of the Bank of England, a bit like the gold, French gold that was in the custody of the Federal Reserve. It's not their gold, it's not their silver. It belongs to the country that placed it there for security reasons. And people are starting to realize now that you need to be a little bit more wise. I've said right from day one, if you buy gold or silver, do not keep it within the banking system. Keep it outside of the banking system, because they can very, very easily take it off you. And the gold and silver that is being declared in these countries, it's not their own, it's somebody else's. Now, if you and I were to do that, we'd land up in prison. So I'd advise you don't. My second story is a fun one, because there's a lot of people in the truth community turning against Donald Trump. And this shows me everything I need to see, because it shows what frequency they're on. Those people who believe in God and have their faith and trust in God know that Donald Trump came here as a disruptor. As he said it himself, I've come to drain the swamp. When you drain a swamp, you create a lot of mess. On the journey, he'll create a lot of mess. And this is all part of what God called him to do. So those turning against him, check your frequency before you open your mouth. Because when God calls somebody to do something, it might not be the way you wanted it. It might be a different way. We're all learning that the hard way. Stay close to God. You'll find the truth. Drew.
Next up, tensions continue between Hungary and the European Union, as Prime Minister Viktor Orban maintains his opposition to several EU policies. Recent public demonstrations and political messaging have highlighted Hungary's stance on national sovereignty, with government officials pushing back against what they describe as external pressure from Brussels. The EU has previously raised concerns over governance and legal standards, leading to ongoing disputes over funding and policy direction.
Well, Hungary has been standing up against the EU for some time now. Viktor Orban is doing an amazing job, and we're starting to see more and more countries in Europe stand up against the EU. They're no longer getting it their own.
Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 5th, 2026, boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Trump signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. Tuesday, April 7th, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes does not do anything to help the average American. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups, and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who think that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all of that, which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups, but bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. Project Oda and martial law and Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled, and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the matrix. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, April 7th. Fox News. A U.S. attack on Iran has just killed 50 senior Iranian leaders. This comes shortly after a post from President Trump tonight with a video of the strike. Judy note. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dumb tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. With the mass arrests now in full force, a financial tsunami and global lockdown with temporary martial law appeared imminent. The new gold asset-backed quantum financial system was set to wipe out the Rothschild central banking system. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank could soon be offline with your bank account. Balance zero, bank card declined, ATMs and bank apps not working. It is advised to withdraw your bank account monies out now. This worldwide financial collapse had been coming for a long time. Dutch banker Ronald Bernard had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies, and was an expert at money laundering. EBS martial law, 10 days of darkness. Judy note. Some say the EBS would be here tomorrow, Tuesday, April 7th. Some say in 2 days, or by Saturday, April 18th, or by Friday, May 1st. They all say soon. The EBS will announce a world financial collapse, martial law, and 48-hour communication blackout would occur, complete with worldwide lockdown with no internet, bank, ATMs, phones, and 10 days of darkness. 7 trumpets will sound on our cell phones across the planet to announce a whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure EBS mandates. Monday, April 6, 2026, the EBS alert countdown has begun. To martial law, EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. Only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military control communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen, and ATMs, credit, and debit cards not working. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet, announcing temporary worldwide martial law. 10 days of communication darkness, internet shutdown, ATMs, banks offline, phones, emergency calls only. Be prepared. Stock food, cash essentials. Saturday, April 18th, when the EBS activates, do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon. April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. The emergency broadcast system will activate, not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it. Unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment. Every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Global Currency Reset on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The Global Currency Reset and Nisar laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Official redemption centers opening first week of April 2026. Full Jassara protocol activated. Donald J. Trump office on Telegram. The countdown is over. Redemption schedules are now being filled with authorized participants. The infrastructure is live. What happens inside a redemption center? Biometric verification, complete identity sovereignty, asset-backed rates, legacy currency, Zim Dinar Dong, exchanged into digital value, quantum card activation linked to your sovereign wallet on XRP Ledger, XRPL, instant access, borderless funds 24/7, secure, debt clearance plus wealth management plus project funding, full post-exchange onboarding. Access is strictly controlled, no walk-ins. Monday, April 6th, final phase activated, no turning back, confirmed. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35 fully active. Internally, VND $5.89, exceeding projected values. Zim processing elite groups receiving now. Monday, April 6th, NASARA, National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and JASARA, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, are two proposals for economic reform that have been circulating on the internet for quite some time. Tier 4B martial law. The main goal of these proposals is to make the world a better place by introducing a bunch of changes to the way we handle money. Some of these changes include eliminating debt. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that all your student loans, credit card debt, and mortgage have vanished into thin air. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, that's what NASARA and JASARA are proposing. Introducing a new currency. Say goodbye to the good old US dollar and hello to a shiny new currency backed by gold, silver, or some other precious metal. This would make the value of money more stable and less prone to inflation. Revamping the tax system. No more complicated tax forms or surprise tax bills. NASARA and JASARA want to simplify the tax system and make it more transparent so you can finally understand what's going on with your hard-earned cash and helping the little guy. These proposals aim to support small businesses and individuals by giving them access to low-interest loans and other financial assistance.
QFS Information Center, Quantum Financial System and the Tier 4B Internet Group, the world of currency revaluation, redemption centers, and NASARA-GASARA payments. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram, the Quantum Financial System QFS, and Tier 4B Internet Group. This is where the future of currency revaluation and redemption centers comes alive. The financial world is on the cusp of a monumental shift, as NASARA and GASARA payments begin to reshape global economics and individual prosperity. Are you ready for the shift from fiat to asset-backed currencies? The whispers of Tier 4B and redemption centers are no longer just speculation. They're about to transform your world. For those of you who've heard about Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, you might be wondering if you're part of this exclusive wave. It's about intent if you've been involved in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, or Zimbabwe zimu, could be part of the revolution. But this isn't just a group. It's a wake-up call. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places, but could be your local bank, or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the way of IAT slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about NASARA-GASARA. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust. But you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now because the Quantum Financial System is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can.
Monday, April 6th, it's the single largest racket empire in human history, built by the Democrats. For Democrats, Elon Musk. At this point, I think the words NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous. These fake NGOs, there needs to be a number of arrests. These are fake charities funneling billions of dollars to NGOs, run by Democrats, which then go through a giant money laundering scheme. Monday, April 6th, breaking special report, 49 million fake accounts targeting Americans. Massive global fraud network busted. U.S. users among primary targets. April 6th, breaking. Tucker Carlson and Ray Dalio. No privacy warning our CBDCs are coming. Central bank digital currencies could give governments total control. 6. Breaking military intel. What just went down inside Iran? SEAL Team 6 leads multi-domain rescue. U.S. colonel recovered after 24-plus hours under active hunt. And April 6, boom. Marco Rubio shuts down safe haven. Niece of Iranian General Soleimani arrested in Los Angeles after anti-American rhetoric.
And what an amazing time to be alive. I've been watching all different types of media that are out there that talk about the Straits of Hormuz, an area that I know very well because it goes around the United Arab Emirates, between the United Arab Emirates and, of course, Iran. And the media and social media are telling you that the Straits of Hormuz are closed by Iran, which I'll tell you right now is not true. If you only have to go on to Boat Watch and see the shipping that's going through there, and it's quite busy. But it is closed to American-owned ships and Israeli-owned ships. But it's not been done by Iran. So who has stopped the American ships going through there and the Israeli ships going through there? Well, first of all, the lies that come out about there's mines in there. Well, if there was, the rest of the world wouldn't be going through there, would they? If there was really mines in there, they wouldn't be going through there at the rate they are. So the question is, who has stopped America and Israel going through the Straits of Hormuz? I'll tell you. It's London. Lloyd's of London. Because they've withdrawn the insurance required to go through there. So the Americans and the Israelis don't want the risk of taking their ships through there uninsured with Iran watching. Because Iran can sink them just like that, and they know that. So the stuff we're being told is not true. When you start digging, you start finding out stuff that's very, very interesting, because I was just watching the shipping that was going through there, and it's busy, as always. It's just not busy with American ships or Israeli ships. That's it. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Breaking news from the UK. Welfare spending has now edged above income tax revenue for the first time, according to new figures. Benefits and welfares are estimated at £333 billion compared to £331 billion from income tax. The figures are expected to fuel debate over the UK's public finances, with questions over long-term sustainability.
Well, everything that's happening in the UK at the moment is happening for a reason, to wake people up. And this is all part of the awakening process. And none more so than the fact that Charles chose not to do an Easter speech because he's a Muslim. Now, if he's a Muslim, that means he would have to abdicate because he's head of the Church of England. And that's part of his duty. And the same with William. So this is all part of the awakening process. And in the UK, the question is, are you awake? Well, there are a lot of people that are waking up in the UK. Moving across to Israel, it's very interesting to see that there was a specific site that was hit over the weekend. Some people will know what I'm talking about when I say Dimona. Dimona in Israel is not known widely to the outside world, but this is their nuclear nerve center. Nobody is supposed to know where it is or what's going on there. It's top secret. But it was hit very, very hard by Iran over the weekend. And on top of that, Israel is absolutely silent about it. And that in itself is concerning. When Israel goes this quiet and they've been hit that hard, it's time to start looking. Drew.
Next up, what also should be waking up the people, Charlie, is the Labour Party is reportedly planning to use emergency alerts to warn the possible summer unrest. The alerts would be sent directly to mobile phones, similar to previous national emergency warning systems. Officials say the move is about public safety, but critics are raising concerns over timing and political context.
Well, this is all part of preparing people for these emergency alerts, and they're doing it the way they should. There is one emergency alert that they should be putting out there, and that is, of course, that in the Bible there is absolutely no mention whatsoever of a third temple being built. This is all made up by a certain group of people, and there's nothing in the Bible to substantiate it. My final story is just one to make you smile. After a little bit of research, it was very interesting to me to find out who is the biggest donor to AIPAC. And it didn't take long to find out. It's OnlyFans. I'll leave you with that thought. Do your own research. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. This is Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Mitch Vexler. Didn't really meet him, but saw him at the Bond Gate, basically presentation that he gave in Las Vegas. And so we're going to go into a lot more detail, actually. A lot of you guys haven't maybe seen him before. He's been around for at least a couple of years that I've been watching him. So I'm very, very excited to have him on. Mitchell Vexler is president and founder of Mockingbird Properties, Hedge Realty Advisors, and affiliate based in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Vexler has over 30 years of experience in commercial real estate and has held interest in more than 85 property investment entities throughout the United States and Canada. He is a developer, general partner, and manager investment entities that own and operate high-quality retail and Class A multifamily, with additional projects now being planned. His education includes earning a certificate of business administration from the University of Windsor, Canada, in 1984. Over the years, Mr. Vexler has implemented statistical probability analysis, which is now at the very core of Mockingbird's operations, utilizing the mathematical background of each member of the Mockingbird team. They are able to find potential problems before they occur and address designs and budgets accordingly. Mitch, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to explain a little bit of what's going on and get in under the hood so that Mom and Pop can really understand the circumstances that we all face due to fraud.
Yeah, it's monumental. And you've talked about in some presentations that I've seen you present, that the property tax basically is a massive fraud system that is on the verge of collapsing our economy as a whole.
Well, you've got roughly 5.1 trillion of outstanding fraudulent school district bond debt today. However, that is what we can quantify. We know there are 313 agreements. We know there are off-balance sheet financing. We know that the Economic Development Commissions, the EDCs, are playing all sorts of games. We know about the energy contracts. We've seen all this. We've seen it in writing. We've seen the contracts. The problem is it can't be quantified. And as we sit here now, even though it's 5.1 trillion, that's what we can quantify. That's what we can see. There's nobody that we know of in the United States, including the Federal Reserve itself, that can put their hands on a document and says, we have X dollars outstanding in QSIPs. Those are the actual certificates attached to the amortization schedules for each one of these bonds that has been produced. And in truth, they're not paying off these bonds. They haven't paid them off at least since the year 2000. They've been rolling them up and rolling the interest rate up. So they roll out in time the bond. They don't retire them. They just roll them, and then they roll the interest rate up. Well, the compound cumulative effect of that interest today and those bonds let's call it, for the sake of conversation, 5.1 trillion. But do you realize that in 20 years, because these can go from 20 to 40 years out, that 5.1 turns into 17 trillion? That's the problem. It's not just the fact that it can't be paid off today because the median household income doesn't exist to pay it off. It doesn't exist tomorrow morning. It's so bad that if you wanted to reduce the US national debt in the next 12 months, our gross domestic product in the United States would have to go to $51 trillion effective tomorrow morning. That is impossible. That is not going to happen. Today, just to give you an idea, that would be a 100% increase in the 25 trillion gross domestic product. You'd have to go from 25 to 51 just to pay off 2 trillion. Do you know what's happened in the last 90 days with regard to the US deficit? 2 trillion. What happens to a deficit? They have to print money to cover the deficit because the income on the federal level doesn't exist. Just like the median household income at mom and pop's level does not exist to pay for the fraudulent school district bond debt. Two things, exact same railroad track.
Wow. So let's go back in time. Let's look at where this all started. We, became a nation, and we started, earning income through tariffs and so forth. That paid for everything. We had amazing structures all around the world. It looks like, or at least in America, and everything was paid for through what President Trump is bringing back. The tariffs. So let's walk through it. Here's the shadow ledger.
The nexus of this particular report that I wrote is the fact that there's two sets of books. There's a set of books that the government wants people to see, but there's also the reality of what they can't see. And that in reality has been the problem. And that is the exact same problem today. Two different sides of the government, one being federal, the other being state, doing the exact same thing, lying to the public and hiding the evidence. What we have here, this is called the shadow ledger. And this goes back in time. So a century of accounting fraud, equity stripping, and the mathematical breaking point. The official story is that before 1913, there was no federal income tax. The textbook narrative claimed the government survived solely on modest tariffs, land sales, and excise tax. The physical reality was that between 1865 and 1913, the US built infrastructure rivaling that of Europe, funded a standing military, built the Panama Canal, and completed the Transcontinental Railroad. Again, off of land sales and excise taxes and a little bit of tariffs. Yeah, no. So the old post office in 1899 was 3.2 million, built out of granite. The USS Indiana, also part of that, 3 million. The Montana State Capitol, 485,000 in federal appropriations. Then it goes on. So matrix number one, in the 1890s, the math anomaly. In 1880, 186 million tariff revenue. This is on the federal side. 1890, 43 million total revenue, approximately 57% customs, 30% alcohol, tobacco, and excise taxes. 1900, 233 million tariff revenue. 1910, 333 tariff revenue. But the actual infrastructure costs, the output in 1880, 268 million. You have a problem here. 1890s, the output, 27 new federal courthouses. The Navy was expanded from 42 to 95 ships. 1910, the expenditures, 694 million. The math doesn't match the building. The expenditures ballooned while official revenue saw only modest gains. The gap widened every year. Then we come into the huge buildings. The scale, 420,000 square foot, 120-foot dome, Corinthian columns, Indiana limestone, gold leaf interiors. The price, 400,000 built in 18 months, according to their documents, right? The Washington Monument, in comparison, was 1.2 million and took 36 years.
So is that where they're starting to do the accounting scam? Because that's a massive building for only, very, very small fraction of what the Washington Monument was.
Yeah, but look at the size of it. 420 feet, 420,000 square feet versus the reality of the Washington Monument. So the Treasury reality is that in 1891, the total federal expenditures were 365 million against 219 million in customs revenue. The U.S. Treasury was already running a $146 million deficit, yet they fully funded that building, which was only supposed to be temporary. Where did the money come from? So then it goes on, and you begin to see some of these problems with regard to, quote, the gold reserve. That does it exist? Does it not exist? To be determined. But there was actually, all the way back in the 1900s, what was called the Aldrich Gap. It was a report given to Congress. So the official explanation for all this claims that the economic growth and the tariffs drove the gold price and the inflows. But a $100 million tariff increase cannot generate 1.3 billion in the gold reserve explosion. Was it true? Is it true? Who knows? They still don't have an audit on the U.S. Treasury. So then we go on to find the accountants, and this is all available online. Mary Ducati, the testimony in 1938, per her testimony, described a ledger system with separate columns, special appropriations that she wasn't permitted to discuss. And it goes on. John Hastings, the same thing. Samuel Birch, testimony in 1942, processed millions in mining royalties sent directly to Washington via different channels, not the regular books. The records vanished. And on that note, I'm going to stop here just for a second. You have this exact same problem playing out with the school districts and the central appraisal districts. So the central appraisal districts miraculously switch software every 2 or 3 years. The logs for that software disappears. The central appraisal districts, we caught them. This has happened to me. They destroyed evidence and admitted it in a deposition after a subpoena. The documents and the evidence disappears. So I'm going to go on to the next one, the systemic erasure timeline. And as you go through this, the Aldrich Commission, which is what we were just reporting on, that's the story of all these accountants being deposed. Senator Nelson Aldrich identifies a $340 million gap in the expenditures lacking the sourcing. Where did the money come from? Request documentation from the Interior Department, none produced. And it goes on and on. Then miraculously, a fire occurs. How convenient. Treasury Department, Annex Fire destroys the Internal Revenue records between 1890 and 1910. An electrical malfunction. The audit, the Interior Department, Internal Audit declares pre-1913 land records incomplete and unreliable. Many were discarded. So you begin to see the pattern of practice. Then we go on to the next one, the 16th Amendment. The government, power to tax individuals directly, 1% to 7% graduated tax, sold to the public as progressive reform and fairness. Pure propaganda. The timing suggests replacement, not addition. If the pre-1913 system was secretly generating massive wealth, why tax individuals? The Federal Reserve Act itself in 1913, a private consortium of banks gains control over the money supply and the credit system. Senator William Borah of Idaho warned the income tax would create a permanent administrative apparatus dependent on a revenue source that required perpetual expansion. It's called compound cumulative interest. The exact same thing that is playing out on the Federal Reserve because it was only built to support the banks. Wouldn't it be great if we could stop bank runs? Well, that's called corporate socialism. What do we have on the state side? School districts. Let's do this for the kids. Both lines are pure propaganda. Both lines are pure fraud. And the effect of what they have done between the two of them, the Federal Reserve and the school districts, is create the largest fraud the world has ever known. This is a Ponzi scheme of biblical proportions, for which there is no math on this planet that can pay off these debts.
So, Mitch, do you think that, from early on, they were bringing enough money, but they were hiding the money, or they just were overspending and they needed more money? What was really going on? What are your thoughts?
I think you have the exact same thing playing out today where they want what they want. So in the case of the Federal Reserve, they'll print it. What they were doing then was literally running two sets of books.
Okay.
What is happening today with these school districts, in essence, they're running two sets of books. I don't believe there's a single school district superintendent in the United States that, if they're raising bonds, isn't committing accounting fraud and bond fraud. We have their ledgers. We have school district ledgers. Do you know they even have hidden investment pools? That's the terminology, investment pool. The teachers themselves don't even know that those investment pools exist. Who paid in? Who's got the tenure? Who's running it? What's the percent of the fees? Where's the profit? None of it is there, but yet the investment pool exists. They're running two sets of books. But isn't it interesting that in this document here, the accountants were complaining that they weren't given all the information? What is the tagline when you ask the accountants, who are supposed to be auditors by law, at least here in the state of Texas, that are responsible for auditing these school districts? What is the tagline? Well, we're only looking at what we were given. Good. That's not an audit. That's aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud. Now, what happened in 2007 with the accounting firms? Exact same thing. We were only doing what we were given. Okay. A lot of them went out of business. A lot of them got sued. Where are we? 2007. Exact same thing, except magnitudes larger. Because the debt, give or take, between 2007 and today is somewhere between 6 and 10 times the size of what it was in 2007. In fact, the school district bond fraud itself is 80 times larger than the Enron collapse.
Wow. Yeah, disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah. So the fraud migrates to the local ledger. The exact same pattern and practice to defraud has metastasized to the local level, be it the school district bonds. The auditor's alibi. Modern auditing firms provide cover to the fraudsters using the exact historical playbook that we're outlining here in this document. Independent reports reveal bond election fraud. If you go to my website, we now have 5 independent reports, including from, of all places, the California Policy Center, where in 2015, after a 14-year study, they called the bonds toxic. And inside of that report, they even showed how the bonds were actually being manipulated for the advertising for the bonds. That is called election fraud. You have off-balance sheet financing, 313 agreements, the chief appraisers colluding with the districts to cook the books. And then we go on to the next one, matrix number 2. The manufactured illusion in 1913, in quotes because propaganda, progressive reform and fairness, neither one of which has a quantitative number. Progressive reform, what does that mean? Hell if I know. And fairness, purely subjective, means nothing. In 2024, what's the tagline? For the children. Wouldn't it be great if we did this for the children? straight out of the Socialist Handbook.
Yep.
Federal Reserve. Let's do this to stop bank runs. Corporate socialism. Straight out of the Socialist Handbook. The hidden mechanism. Income tax and central banking. In 2024, school district bonds and central appraisal district appraisals, both of which are fraud, both of which are dependent on each other. The true beneficiaries out of all this, the banks, the corrupt administrators, and the underwriters who are getting paid to commit accounting fraud and bond fraud. And by the way, just in case you think that this is, well, where's the evidence? mockingbirdproperties.com/DCAD. If you want to see one document that outlines this, it's called the amicus brief. You can search for it. That amicus brief is now sitting in front of the Supreme Court of Texas. Everything we're speaking about here is quantified, done, and 2 prior courts admitted fraud occurred. They didn't want to hear the case, but nonetheless, they admitted that fraud occurred. Bottom insight, in both eras, the illusion of public benefit is used as a smokescreen to enact mass accounting fraud and extract wealth from the public. And that wealth being extracted now is so large and so great. In Denton Central Appraisal District alone, over $7.5 billion has been stolen by overvaluation of the properties just in the last 5 years alone. That 5.1 trillion, think of what mom and pop could be doing if they had that money in their hands today. That money represents between $7,000 and $8,000 per year in money that would be in their pocket. Over and above that, the difference for 42 million households in the United States who are in harm's way of bankruptcy and are losing the roof over their head, that bankruptcy can be caused at $9,000. Out of that $9,000, $7,000 to $8,000, give or take, is real estate tax. Where exactly are mom and pop going to go to get their money back from which they have been defrauded?
Yeah, and this tax keeps going up. Insurance rates go up because the appraisal of property, basically, the insurance is tied to that as well. So yeah, it's compounding and compounding and compounding, fraud upon fraud upon fraud. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's a little bit worse than that, because it turns out that a lot of the data that spins, and the data, make no mistake, at these central appraisal districts is totally corrupted. It literally isn't worth toilet paper. So what they're doing, they get comparisons and they say, well, this property over here is a comparison. Yeah, except that property is in another city. It's not a comparison. It violates USPAP. Let's refer to Texas, but everything I say refers to Texas. You got the same thing in every other state.
I was about to ask you
with regard to Texas, what we've done is we took USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, which is required by law across the United States to be used in all CADs. We took USPAP, we tied it to the Texas Property Tax Code, we tied it to the Texas Education Agency, we tied it to the Texas Constitution under Uniform and Equal, and we tied it to the U.S. Constitution under the 16th Amendment. As far as I know, this is the first time in history that this has ever been done. But the net result of all of this proves fraud on a mass scale. This is an industrialized fraud on a mass scale. Their databases are totally corrupted. And to that point, if you have data set A, data set B, data set C, D, and E, if data set A is dependent on data set B, and data set B has a problem, data set A must have a problem. Well, you've got multiple ways that they're manipulating this data. We even found them manipulating the age of the buildings because it's tied to other formulas in their software. Their software is written to defraud the public. These RPAs, registered professional appraisers, their licensing is considered so important by TDLR, the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. They share the same department as bikini waxers. The point being, their license isn't worth anything. Their existence is a scam on mom and pop, pure fraud, and it's overseen by the chief appraisers and the deputy chief appraisers who know damn well that the law is being broken and choose to do nothing about it. But that problem puts them in federal court, if not federal prison, under Chapter 42, U.S. Code 1986, knowledge of a crime and power to prevent. The reason why I put this entire documentation together and the website, and I filed the lawsuits, is because they cannot escape that clause. None of them can. Not their attorneys, not their accountants, not the people who are responsible. You now know of the crime. You now have the power to prohibit that crime, to prevent. They chose not to do it. They have a problem.
You've done an incredible job of exposing this like no one else. You're invaluable. Now, you even said that, Ken Paxton signed off on it, and even Greg Abbott signed off on this. So it looks like the fraud goes all the way to the top.
100%. So we filed a criminal complaint with the FBI, the DOJ, and the SEC.
Wow.
And it was, I believe, the DOJ that reached out to Ken Paxton, because a few days later, on December 7th, he issued a 1,000 district investigation into the overvaluation. Why did he do that? Because inside of the criminal complaint, and as I've said, none of this was personal other than for Don Spencer. Mr. Spencer, I intend to put him in jail. That's exactly where he belongs.
Good.
With regard to these other players, I don't know whether they go to jail or not. That's not my job. My job is to figure out exactly what the hell happened here, because I'm a builder and I want to build. But I can't do that if I'm being extorted on money and income that doesn't exist. And when I say that, Denton Central Appraisal District is literally writing income statements and expense numbers and saying that that is the income of my property. Yet that's not what is on my IRS tax return. If I walked into a bank with the BS that Denton Central Appraisal District offered, I would be arrested. In reality, fraud. I would be, because if I walked out of that bank with an extra $1.7 million in a mortgage, that's bank fraud. So why do I get arrested and they get off scot-free when they are literally writing it? We have this all in writing. Over and above that, just so everybody realizes how serious this is, Don Spencer is on tape. It's on my website. It's in front of the Supreme Court. It's documented. This is a quote, we took 60,000 properties outside of the database, manipulated them in Excel, and put them back.
Wow.
Well, tampering with government documents. So, yeah, a very, very serious problem. But at the end of the day, all these people have been now named in these criminal complaints, and there's more on the way. So the next step of this, how does the fraud mechanism work? Well, step one, as far as the public is concerned, let's manipulate them. Let's lie. Let's manufacture an illusion. After all, this is for the children. That's the hook. That's the socialist playbook. Propose a project with unassailable moral framing. Well, what? You don't like children? You're not in favor of the education of children? That's the hook. That's the propaganda. Protect against the bank runs. Well, wait a minute. Banks are in business to make money. They charge interest on that money. If they screw up, why is that a problem of the taxpayer, be it federal or state? Doesn't matter. Why is that a problem that is now on the back, which is in reality every deficit, every time the Federal Reserve prints money, that's on the back of mom and pop? Why is that? It's not our job to bail out the criminals. That's why they're called criminals. We're going to help the children. Yeah, no, you're not. Do you know that right now the bond money that's being raised, not 10 cents is going to any child? Not 10 cents of the interest in the sinking fund is going to a teacher. It's going to cover interest because somewhere around the year 2000, the interest jumped the principal. All this money that's being demanded to be raised in like Salina, Texas, just a few months ago, $2.5 billion, that added $257,000 per house in Salina worth of a hidden second mortgage which every homeowner in one fell swoop got put on their house.
Wow.
Give or take, let's call that 70, 75% hidden second mortgage that every property owner in Salina is now responsible for. By the way, I ran the math. Interesting story. Salina is landlocked. If they double the amount of houses tomorrow morning, which they can't do, and they don't even have the room to do it, but just follow the theory. If they double the amount of houses, they can't pay down that $2.5 billion. They can't pay it off, nor can they pay off the current $500 million that's outstanding. See the problem? We want it. We'll just keep putting it on the back of mom and pop, except it's in the process of blowing up now because there are actually schools here in Texas that are filing bankruptcy, and more are on the way quickly.
Wow.
So that was step one. Step two, secret accounting, the setup. Issue bonds or restructure taxes through opaque channels, hidden ledgers, and compromised audits. Remember, this goes back all the way to the beginning of the Federal Reserve. The nexus between these two things in today's world and the Federal Reserve is socialism. It's fraud. Step three, compounding interest, the trap. The debt begins to grow exponentially, locking the public into perpetual repayment obligations, except for one thing. 16th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution prohibits taxation of an unrealized gain. What do you think market value that you pay your property taxes is? Market value is an unrealized gain. That statement has never been challenged in the courts. The states got away with doing what they're doing because people chose to turn a blind eye to what was clearly at that time fraud. I have the bond numbers, the original bond formula for the state of Texas when they had made the decision we're going to allow bonds to be raised. That document is in the hands of the Supreme Court. Again, look at the amicus brief. But that bond formula was wrong by intent. All it had to do is say, well, what if these theories inside the bond formula weren't true? What if the median household income didn't exist? What if interest rates go up? Where's the amortization schedule? How does that affect the amortization schedule? How does that affect the value of the bonds themselves? Who gets the money? How is the money going to be accounted for? In that document that I just sent you like 15, 20 minutes ago, those questions are in that document.
Yep.
Anybody that answers those is headed to jail.
So what year was it when they started doing the school bonds? It's probably varies per state, but what
exactly? It does vary per state. We found them as far back as 1974, but I believe they were there before that. We have the formula, which for the state of Texas, which is more important, but other states have tried this. The issue, though, being they didn't in the beginning. They got away with it. Okay, fine. But when the school districts became, well, we're going to start doing this and we're going to start paying the superintendents $300, $200, $525,000, it became a cash grab. The math flipped very close to the year 2000 in the case of the state of Texas. Interestingly enough, coming back to the criminal complaint that named Governor Abbott, and again, not a personal issue. I even said I may have to vote for him. Better the devil I know. But the bottom line is he was the attorney general in 2001. It flipped where the interest became bigger than the principal. Turns out Governor Abbott is also the chairman of the bond review board for the state of Texas. It has a different set of numbers because they're not tracking all the bonds, which raises that question. Why isn't the bond review board left hand for the state not tracking what the Texas Education Agency is tracking? Why is that? Then it also goes down the path of, okay, Governor, you were the attorney general. How many times did you modify the laws to kick this can down the road between the year 2001 and 2026? The answer is 8. Every time, homestead, cap, Anything they made the attempt of doing to placate the public who was screaming that they couldn't afford it, all failed. And it all failed because, as it turns out, attorneys are really bad at math or criminal intent. Governor, exactly how much money have you received from the Texas Education Agency and or the teachers union? Why don't you bring that to court? We'll have a little chit chat.
Nice. And just think of all those states doing the same thing, all those counties, every single county. Yep.
Yeah. And as I said, it's not that it's a personal thing. People say, well, this is just the system. No, not at all. Mr. Paxton, are you not an attorney? Mr. Paxton, as an attorney, you're an officer of the court deemed to have knowledge. The same thing goes for Governor Abbott, Glenn Hagar, ex-state comptroller, who's in this up to his eyeballs. All documented. TDLR, TALCB, the Attorney General's office have all stated in writing, well, we don't have the authority to enforce. The Attorney General's office right now is sitting without an answer to a Freedom of Information Act request, 15 pages that we wrote. They won't answer it because it leads to people going to jail. Again, in front of the Texas Supreme Court. Not my job to put people in jail. I want to build. I want to protect mom and pop. I know what these problems are. For whatever reason, one thing leads to another, and that's where we are today. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and we're tracking every stitch of this. So then on to step number 4, the wealth transfer, the equity stripping. That's their goal. Control the money, control the people. What is equity stripping? Well, as mom and pop sleeps, their amortization that they are entitled to by virtue of paying down their mortgage is literally being stripped to the point that A, you don't own the house you're in, you're paying ground lease, ground rent, which there is no law to allow that to happen. And by virtue of increasing the taxation, the net effect of increasing those taxes means you've got to get the money from somewhere. Well, it's coming out of your mortgage. What would be your amortization, so you'd have something to retire on, is being equity stripped while you sleep. That's the point of all of this. The hard assets and labor value of society are quietly transferred into the pockets of the co-conspirators, underwriters, administrators, and the cycle repeats. But it gets even deeper. One must realize, per 2007, we're right back to the problem with the rating agencies. These bonds are AA, AAA. These bonds are sub-junk. This stuff isn't going to pay off. Mathematically speaking, what's it really worth? Without the connotation of fraud, somewhere around 13 cents on the dollar. But you'd have to freeze the interest effective immediately. You'd have to back up the interest, probably 7 years back, and then come up with a plan to pay it off. The point of the matter is, in most of these states, that can't happen because the debt is so large, it can never be paid back. The intersection of history and mathematics, the arithmetic exposes the intent. The median household income is the black line, the compounding debt and the interest. Notice where it crosses? In 1913, the system was designed to require perpetual expansion. We've reached the mathematical breaking point where the host can no longer feed the parasite. The median household income no longer exists to pay the interest, let alone the principal. The result? Without immediate intervention, mass write-downs and bankruptcies are mathematically inevitable. The delayed discovery has metastasized into the 401ks and pensions. This just broke a week ago.
Oh, wow.
In New York, Moody's came out and said the bond ratings are now negative.
Wow.
The city of New York has a negative bond rating. Problem is, A, they're protecting their hind end. B, too little, too late. C, City of New York has been committing fraud for 50 years because the pensions never had the population necessary to feed the increased demand on those pensions. More than likely what's going to happen, those pensions are probably worth 30 cents on the dollar, maybe a little bit more, who knows? Does that mean that the Federal Reserve is going to print money to bail them out? Highly unlikely. Does that mean the Federal Reserve is going to print money to bail out 5.1 trillion of what we know is the case? Nobody knows. But here's the point. The inflation we now see when you go to the grocery store, when you go to buy a house, that inflation is a direct result of fraud. Fraud occurs when you print money that isn't backed by assets. That is what is going to happen. The Federal Reserve prints, inflation will go parabolic. You'll end up with the Weimar Republic. There are ways to deal with this. There's no doubt about that. And that's part of our goal, was to force the state of Texas to make the phone call to the Federal Reserve and tell the truth, and everybody sit in a room and come up with a solution. I've got ideas, but me talking to myself is completely useless. So these are the problems that we all face.
This is obviously planned obsolescence of the system, and they're gone. They're not going to be held accountable. I guess they probably planned that. Who do you think is it possible that anybody gets held accountable at this point, or how's this going to get? We can't. You have you have something that can fix it. We'll talk about that soon. But will anybody be held accountable?
I've written quite a bit about institutionalized systemic moral hazard. There is no doubt that these people are guilty. We've got them. We've got it 100% dialed in. Somebody's going to have to go to jail for all of this.
Wow.
It's not appropriate. And so look at it this way. You've got 34 states that have access to the federal bond market. These local school district bonds are not local. They're federal. They fall under the auspices of the SEC. Under no circumstance whatsoever should any school district have access to the bond market. What they have done is a proven fraud. Two courts have already admitted that fraud has occurred. This isn't up for debate. The reason the SEC has to get involved is to start putting people in jail to stop this. But part of the solution would be, okay, we got 5.1 trillion worth of bonds. Yes, it is in the 401ks, portions of them, and portions of them in the pensions and the IRAs. However, let's cut a deal. Let's put all those bonds into bankruptcy and wipe that liability off the back of mom and pop. Step one. Step two, we put the school districts into bankruptcy. Now you've wiped out that 5.1, but you still haven't solved the problem. The problem is the real estate tax itself. So in exchange for whoever gets hit, let's say they have a portfolio and 3 or 4 or 5% of the portfolio is related to school district bonds, maybe some municipal bonds, what have you. It's, give or take, it's relatively small. However, you're going to lose. Those bonds are going to go broke. They need to be put into bankruptcy, case closed. But what do you get back? Well, you get your house back. You get your property back. You own it in perpetuity. No more taxes. Now your amortization schedule that you're paying off every year is your money and it's your retirement. Right now, you don't have a retirement. You think you do, but you don't. It's being equity stripped while you sleep. So there are things that can be done. And yeah, I get it. It's tough. But you want your property back, or do you want to pay taxes in perpetuity where you don't own it?
We've got a nickname for you already in the chat. We're calling you Diamond Nuts. You need a lot of prayers because you got some diamond nuts out there, bitch. Good job.
So one of the questions, and it's an extremely important question, where is the money going to come from to pay off the fraud that is growing compound cumulative by the second? And that's true. Go to usdebtclock.org. You'll see exactly how fast this debt is growing. No institution has answered this question. Not the Federal Reserve with its 23,000 employees, not the school districts, not the bond underwriters, not the appraisal districts, not the rating agencies. Well, think of it for a second. You're the rating agency, you're the bond underwriter, and you can't answer the question, where's the money going to come from to pay this off? Yet you're selling this toxic garbage? Tell me they don't belong in jail.
Yep.
If they can't answer the math, for what purpose do these entities actually exist? Could their only purpose for existence be to defraud the public, to transfer public wealth to their coffers? And you have the apathy side of this, and that's the next document. Apathy is a real problem because it turns out you've got years upon years of indoctrination in schools not teaching people how to balance a checkbook. And people are very busy. Mom and pop are busy. They've got, in some cases, 2 or 3 jobs. They don't believe they have the time to get involved with civil responsibility. But that fact is exactly what these thieves and fraudsters are banking on. They're banking on the fact that most mom and pop don't want to get involved and see and understand what's really transpiring. And there's an interesting quote by Robert Kennedy. Few are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues. Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle, yet it is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change a world that yields most painfully to change. That quote fits what is happening with the Federal Reserve and the school districts to a T.
Mm-hmm.
These crimes aren't up for debate. This has happened. We've got all this documented and ledgered out. We have it built into boards for presentation with live links to the evidence on my website. So should a juror ask a judge a question? No problem. We can bring it up. We can do a fast word search, bring up the actual evidentiary document, of which there's over 1,100. And along that line, we've even asked quite often on these videos, if somebody sees something that is wrong, let us know. We're not offended. We're not perfect. However, you may see something that's wrong. So far, that hasn't been the case. But here's the point. Even if there was something wrong on one document, no problem. I still got 1,100 documents to go. The point of the matter is it doesn't change the story. This is a story about fraud. This is about mom and pop's transfer of their wealth to fraudsters. And the path forward, obviously, is to stop the equity stripping. And the way you do that is you repeal all property tax in favor of the uniform states sales tax. And if somebody needs help on their website, on Travis Spencer's website, realestatemindset.org, to understand how to do their own comparisons, do not trust a central appraisal district. They will lie to your face. You may not know that they're lying, but they're lying. The point of the matter is go in with your comparisons. But over and above that, it's crucial that everybody get involved in their civil responsibilities. Go to these school district meetings. Let these boards know you've got eyeballs and you're watching. Let them know you've got a pen. More important, let them know you've got a camera and a witness, because that's what you should take with you every time you walk into a central appraisal district. The second they lie, you've got it on tape. Take it, put it up on social media. The power is in the camera, and the power is in the hands of mom and pop. We've already done our job to call these criminals out. We're at the Supreme Court of Texas. Now it's the job of mom and pop to pick up the ball and run with it.
Yeah, that's great. So phenomenal information. It's definitely going to make a difference, I think, going forward. So people are starting to understand the depth of this incredible fraud. When I saw this, I was just absolutely dumbfounded. So you also have a presentation on Bondgate. Do you want to jump into that one?
Sure. So these graphics came up about 10 days ago or so on defusing the bomb, which is the 5.1 trillion. But one should realize that's, again, what is quantified. It doesn't mean that's the whole enchilada, because it's not. This money is spread out everywhere through every community. These economic development commissions here in Dallas, just recently, the Economic Development Commission put in about $14 million for a multifamily rehab of an old jail under the theory that it was a historic building because the Beatles once stayed there as a hotel. Okay. The cost for this, quote, low-income housing is about $625,000 per apartment unit.
Good God.
I can build that brand new, including a parking garage, for $325,000. I could have had that building knocked down, give or take, for about $700,000. Okay? You're $300,000 per apartment delta. How exactly is that low income? So 600,000, just so you're clear, 600,000, if you say 1%, well, give or take, that's about $6,000 a month in rent. How exactly is that low income? Nobody in their right mind would want to live in that location. It's right next to a power station. If you want to glow in the dark, I guess you want to live there. But other than that, you really don't want to live there. So that's part of what is happening here in this defusing the bomb. The hidden fuse is going to be the fact of these school districts now starting to file bankruptcy. The fuse has been lit. Mom and pop don't have the money to pay for this. Who gets hurt? Well, in reality, all of society. See, we have inflation, and inflation touches the lives of every single person in the United States, including a child that's going to be born in the next 5 minutes. That baby food is going to cost more money because of inflation. Well, do you know that there's 7 elements of real estate tax in your cappuccino? The higher the real estate tax, the higher the cost of the cappuccino or the baby food. It's not just the property owners. This fraud touches the lives of every single American citizen. You've got 42 million households that are near bankruptcy right now today. $9,000 is the only thing that separates them from survival or bankruptcy. And somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 of that is the real estate tax. These problems compound. They get bigger and bigger because they never get paid off. There's no money to pay this off. And in truth, there's no money to pay for the interest, never mind paying off the debt. Who's got it? Your 401ks and your pensions. The bonds, as I said, are worth roughly 13 cents on the dollar, assuming the interest is frozen in place and backed up by about 7 years. So what happens in Argyle, Texas, you have a median household value of about $450,000 with roughly $243,000 in outstanding fraudulent school district bond debt. Godley, Texas, $120,000 in outstanding fraudulent school district bond debt, where the average value of a house in Godley, Texas is $160,000. How did that happen in the middle of nowhere? Well, they've got a stadium that rivals SMU. That's how it happened. And they never had the population to sustain it.
Wow.
Just like it was when the government started spending money on 420,000 square foot granite buildings. 2 sets of books. So what we have to have is an immediate transparency. How much in true outstanding fraudulent school district bonds exist? Match it to the QSIPs. Match it to the amortization schedules, which are supposed to be part of the QSIPs. Do you know, with everything we've been doing, we can't get a single answer from anybody? No government entity apparently knows. So we have the idea of how to fix that, which is repeal the property tax. Within 60 days, when such a document was to be signed, the school districts would have to determine and hand in, we can survive this, we can pay these bonds off within 3 years. If they can't pay it off, that's the trigger. Put them into bankruptcy. Put the school district into bankruptcy, bankrupt the bonds. That's going to happen. That's going to be the playbook in order to rescue mom and pop. The Freedom of Information Act is a complete waste of time at this point because the system as we speak is imploding. The Attorney General for the state of Texas has refused to answer those 15 pages of questions.
Wow.
In fact, they're in a position right now where I could sue them for that. But I'm tired of wasting time on this because I see what's happening. I see that mom and pop don't have it. And the point of all of this is if mom and pop don't have the money to pay and they've got their hands out, we'll pay us or we'll take your house. I want everybody to realize what that means. That is the abject definition of RICO, both under the federal and state laws. What they have done by creating these debts and making a demand is the abject, and it matches all 7 points under RICO, including cross county lines and cross state lines. It's all there. Every single element, the box has been checked. That's where all this heads. So then we go on. An interesting quote by Thomas Jefferson. I sincerely believe that the principle of spending money to be paid in posterity under the name of funding is but swindling futurity on a large scale. It's Thomas Jefferson. Look at the date, 1816. They've known at the creation of the Federal Reserve what was going on. The banks paid the politicians and conned the politicians, attorneys who can't add, yet the bankers knew damn well the power of an amortization schedule. And that's what they've done. They played the politicians. Here's some money. We will control the public's money. We will control the interest. And we, the Federal Reserve, will control the purse strings via the printing of more money to be paid, interestingly enough, by posterity. Your family is the posterity. You will pay this in perpetuity until you bleed out. The problem is that society's already bled out. That's why you're now seeing these school districts file bankruptcy. This is now why you've got over 4.2 million tax liens, property tax right now today.
Yeah. A lot of people losing their homes because they can't, the taxes keep going up and they can't afford it. It's crazy.
When I first realized the problem back in 2016, my gut instinct was, oh my, this is real bad because this is going to end in civil war. And as it turns out, that's a high probability because what do you think is going to happen when so many people lose their homes and eventually they realize it was due to fraud? This has got nothing to do with legitimate reasons for taxation. There's a whole section on my website for legitimate reasons as written by Thomas Paine for taxation. This is about fraudulent taxation. Mm-hmm. This is about equity stripping. This is about crimes being committed against mom and pop. Your home is no longer your asset. You didn't consent to going bankrupt for your local school district. You didn't consent to have the Federal Reserve print money to backstop a bank from going bankrupt. The modern property tax system is no longer funding chalkboards or teachers. It exists almost entirely to service the compound interest of the fraudulent Wall Street held municipal bonds. Why Wall Street? Well, 2% of assets under management when you're running a $14 trillion fund, it's not a bad day at the office. They don't give a damn that this thing makes money. They're in it for the fees. You're being taxed on unrealized gains to pay off the debt that you never agreed to. You have no notice or opportunity to cure about this debt. The school districts themselves don't even know how much debt is out there, or
Jeez.
they won't answer the question. Either way, they're complicit in aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud that they created. It's the exact definition of equity stripping, the compound death spiral. This is just the reality. That's what's happening to the debt. So every time they produce debt, they add more interest. Add more interest, compound cumulative interest. Oh, but wait, there's more. Every year, year and a half, the school districts need more money. After all, it's for the children. Okay? Now you got compound cumulative principal on top of compound cumulative fraud. The median household income never changed because most of that median household income is having to go to service other inflation. Ergo, everything that is happening at the school district bond level, complete fraud, and it cannot be paid off. So this leads some of the comments that I've seen, well, it's just small in comparison to the overall US national debt. You don't understand. It's 5.1 trillion that we can quantify. It's more, but it's growing just like that red line is growing. But here's the problem. It's in addition to the US national debt. It's not part of it. This is a whole separate bucket, big bucket. Your subprime mortgages crashed in 2008. It's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to wake up one day, and my fear is that the market makes the move because the politicians are lazy, stupid, ignorant, call it whatever you want, or complicit in aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud. But if the market wakes up and says, we no longer have faith in these bonds, you will have a snowball turn into an avalanche within hours, and it won't be stoppable because that's what the market does. When people realize what's going on, they head for the doors at the exact same time. They'll head for the exits in the market. You'll see the NASDAQ drop 1,000, 2,000 within a couple hours.
Yep.
That's when the bonds start imploding, because what is the real value of the bonds? And people who say, well, but we've got US treasuries, et cetera, you're missing the point. What is the value? Prove it. What is the value of these school district bonds for which there is no ability to pay them off? We're going to hit $40 trillion shortly on the US national debt. Again, there are answers, but this has to be dealt with simultaneously, or the market will eventually do it, not just for the United States, we'll do it for the globe. And you will have a global depression out of fear because people don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, somebody made a comment in the chat where what happened to the lotto money going to the schools. And I live in a very high-end neighborhood, and basically went down to Rayleigh's to buy something, and they had donated $1 to the school fund. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's like Larry Ellison lives here, so I'm sure he's paying a lot of property tax, or maybe not, who knows? But there's some serious problems. All this money is being funneled into this for the children, the school system, and so forth, but it's not paying off the debt.
No, not 10 cents is going to reduce the debt. Zero. It can't even cover off the interest. That's how big this has gotten.
Right.
So it's not going to the teachers. And I want to make that clear. The teachers themselves are getting ripped off, right? Teachers have houses. Teachers have apartments. Police have houses. They have apartments. Firemen, everybody's got a house or an apartment. People say, well, if I'm a renter in an apartment, I don't pay tax. Yeah, you do. You may not know it, but give or take 38 to 42% of what you're paying in rent is going towards property tax. So it affects everybody. Could you, as a renter, let's say the value of your apartment is $300,000 new construction costs. Well, if you're 2% in your district, could you use that $6,000 to cover your own overhead rather than pay it off towards interest on something that can't ever be paid down? That's the point where we are. When you factor in the median household income, the bonds are mathematically insolvent. In fact, the Texas Bond Guarantee Program, which Governor Abbott is a part of and oversees, allegedly has about $57 billion in cash. Interesting. How much school district bond debt exists for the state of Texas? Over $606 billion. Mom and pop can't pay for it. The $57 billion in the bond guarantee program can't pay for it. Well, what does that mean? Well, $57 billion cash is insolvent. It can't go for what it was intended to go for. I'm sure, and by the way, I've actually made an appeal to the SEC to seize the Texas Bond Guarantee Program to make sure that money doesn't disappear as part of the bankruptcy. So even that is out there. There's not too much we haven't covered off.
Nice. Good job.
In the retail property, just to give you an idea, in Flower Mound, on my property specifically, a retail property, the fake income statement created by Denton Central Appraisal District took my values up after a settlement within 90 days, 280%, up to 420%. We'll just keep lying and keep making up false income statements. This is all papered. There's no defense for any of this. The median household income versus the value. In Denton, they said $514,000. Well, based on the median household income, it's not an average of $514,000 in median if the median income can only justify $296,000. So even what they're quoting as an average is a lie. The median household income in Denton County, that doesn't even take into account the inflation that's running right now. But that difference is $296,000 versus $514,000. So the wheel of complicity, the state comptroller, the attorney general, they provide zero enforcement. There's a wheel a little bit further down.
Thanks.
Yep, right there. Yep. So the state comptroller and the attorney general, they provide zero enforcement and no oversight. They turn a blind eye, but here's the problem for the attorney general. Under the Texas Education Agency, he is the sole signator to ensure that there is money available to pay off the bonds. There isn't, nor has there been since he was the attorney general. In essence, and in reality, he vacated his office. Now, it's true, he's out of office at this point. But the point of the matter is, he's an attorney, as an officer of the court, deemed to have knowledge, who violated the Texas Education Agency Act and who allowed the theft of billions of dollars across the state of Texas to be put into an entity for which there is no economic viability, be it the school district system. Same can be said for Glenn Hagar, the state comptroller. The Wall Street institutions, they purchase these toxic bonds and or they underwrite these toxic bonds, driving demand for higher property taxes. They don't care if mom and pop goes broke as long as they're getting their fees. The appraisal review boards, that was created as a direct result of the executive branch here in Texas. We'll put appraisal review boards together. We'll get some senior citizens and they're going to be there to help mom and pop. They're going to take the side of mom and pop. Another con. It was never real. They do as instructed and in fact are supposed to be independent, but they are not. They're bought and paid for by the CAD. You have Board of Equalization as an example in California. It is the exact same thing as the Appraisal Review Board. There is no due process with these appraisal review boards. That is the problem. And that's why we're at the Supreme Court of Texas. These appraisal review boards, another mechanism to placate mom and pop, but they have no knowledge of uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. They have no knowledge of what a CAD is supposed to be doing by law. They have no knowledge and refuse to even enter a conversation where the Texas Constitution is stated with regard to uniform and equal. How do I know this? Because I have this on tape on my cases. I literally have a person on tape who's on an ARB board stating, oh, I don't know anything about math. And they're discussing a retail property with an income statement.
Jesus.
You can't make this stuff up, but this is the truth.
They're not even qualified for that position. That's crazy.
They're not qualified to tie my shoelaces. I mean, that's the truth. So the central appraisal districts, they manufacture fake property values and fake budgets. It's all documented. I've got it on tape. I've got the evidence. I've got their own documents. That central appraisal district is in violation of over 67 documents that by law and or its membership in other entities is required to adhere to. This is as rogue can be. This is why these central appraisal districts must be terminated. You can never trust them. Their databases aren't worth toilet paper, and that's not an exaggeration. This is irreparable. There's nothing that can be done here. These must be terminated. You terminate the central appraisal districts. You take the power away from the school districts that should never have access to the bond market and federal market, or any market for that matter. Now you relegate the school district superintendents who are committing accounting fraud and bond fraud. You relegate them to picking principals. So now you take their $500,000 salary and give them what it should be, $80,000 max. Get the fraud out of the system. And we ran some numbers. Doesn't mean the numbers are perfect, but as an example, we figured out that just by getting rid of that fat in the middle, the savings to Denton County alone, year one, $7.5 billion. It's big money. The school districts themselves, they create the fraudulent predetermined budgets. They go with that predetermined budgets and have lunch with the chief appraisers. Here's our predetermined budget, hit it, okay? I defy anybody on this planet to explain to me what that has to do with uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. We took USPAP, we ran it through, and I wrote it. Excel. We double checked its math. There's nothing wrong with USPAP. Its problem is that nobody adheres to it. You may as well take USPAP and light it on fire. You may as well take the Texas Constitution and light it on fire. They don't adhere to it. That's why their databases are irretrievably corrupted. There is no saving these CADs. They must be terminated, as must property taxes. Well, that's the wheel of complicity. That ensnares the politicians. That ensnares the criminals who are actually aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud, which, by the way, opposing counsel is also named in a criminal complaint. And I would, for everybody that's watching this, if you want to see what the definition of socialism is, at the top of my website are the two responses from opposing counsel, one for Don Spencer, one for DCAD. In those responses, his wish is taxation without representation. The War of Independence, 1775, the tagline in 1775 was no taxation without representation. Opposing counsel is literally asking the Supreme Court of Texas to violate the law. Opposing counsel is lying to the Supreme Court of Texas. Opposing counsel's wish is that this case goes away. Vexler's case is interfering with our ability to commit fraud. He's literally stating, we, Central Appraisal District and Don Spencer, are not responsible under the laws of the state of Texas and the United States of America.
Good God.
That's the truth. Go and read his responses. It's horrifying, which is exactly why he's named in the criminal complaint, because he is, in fact, aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud. There's no defense for this. They're caught. This gets remanded to the lower courts, which is what we're asking the Supreme Court to do, so that it can be tried on its merits, which is fraud. Don Spencer, I intend to put him behind bars. I don't know what a judge is going to do, but I do know he's guilty. I do know because it's in his writing, opposing counsel. This is what you said to the Supreme Court. You said your clients are not guilty, but 2 prior courts admitted fraud occurred. These are the problems. So what else did the CADs do? Well, interestingly enough, something that you're very familiar with is election fraud. We have more on that topic coming shortly. But what is the nexus between election fraud and the PACS software that's used by the school districts and the Central Appraisal District, which do the heavy lifting for the school districts? Well, it's the software. The software is designed to allow the registered professional appraisers, by law, that's who they're supposed to be. But in truth, it can allow anybody who's got access to change the database, to change the numbers within the database to meet the predetermined budget. Opposing counsel knows this. Don Spencer admitted it on tape in front of the board, as also backed up by Jeannie Ashlock, as also backed up by Deputy Chief Appraiser Chris Luttrell, where he states, well, we were just doing what we were taught. Okay. So my fast response off the top of my head was, Mr. Luttrell, if you were taught to commit murder, does it make it legal? The point of the matter is these people are as dumb as rocks. The problem is they're in positions of power, and they're in positions of stealing money. They have no business being in either. And frankly, any judge that goes to offer them cover should be removed from the bench. This is some very serious stuff. I don't know of another case this large across the United States where the evidence is this much in your face. It's not up for debate what has happened in any of these states or any of these school districts where these bonds are being raised. The facts are the facts. The evidence is the evidence. Trying to hide it is a crime in and of itself. U.S. Code 42, Section 1986, knowledge of a crime, power to prevent. So the law of USPAP lighted on fire. The Central Appraisal District methodology, there is no methodology. We're going to hit a predetermined budget. The standard of proof, it requires clear and convincing evidence for any valuation increase. What clear and convincing evidence is there with regard to your house? Everybody that's watching this, what did you do to your house in the last 5 years to drive its value up 100%? If inflation, according to the Federal Reserve, is running a 3% average per year for 5 years, that's 15%. Okay, let's be generous. Let's take it up 20%. What's the delta? 80%. What did you do to your house to drive the value up 80% in 5 years? The answer is nothing. That's the fraud. The standard of proof. Well, the board, Denton Central Appraisal District, board member says to Don Spencer, you are the masters at guessing. Okay. Where exactly inside a USPAP, a 300+ page document, does it say you get to guess? It doesn't. The software is designed to allow fraud to be committed. Guessing at values proves the complicity of the software itself. What happened with the election fraud? Software. The nexus between these two, voting, state levels, federal level, and the software used by these central appraisal districts, which is quite often being replaced with other software. The nexus is the software the intentional lack of education, the intent to defraud. Why? To control the money, to control the population. They don't pay us, we'll just take their asset. RICO. This all ends in RICO. Or, which one of the reasons why I danced down this road in the beginning is because I saw what could happen, which is civil war. I don't want anybody getting hurt over this, but it's going to happen. Somebody's going to get shot. That'll be the shot across the bow to make people, unfortunately, wake up. The question is, will it be too late? This is real money. These people are screwing around with people's lives. They're stealing their house. They're stealing their ability to pay their rent. There was plenty of money, but when that money is going to pay off fraudulent interest, compound cumulative interest, then there isn't plenty of money. This is what has happened. And then we've even got communities. So that's the one where it says Copper Canyon proof. But do you know, in Denton County, just as an average, Argyle is at 243,000. But there's other communities, Aubrey and Pilot Point. So if you look at Denton and you say, okay, well, the taxes in Denton in 2025 went up roughly 32%. The problem is Aubrey, Pilot Point, Sanger, well, they're in Denton County, but they went up 42%. So how is that possible if the average is only 28? Well, those communities were targeted. So it's not just a little bit of fraud, it's fraud upon fraud. Who targeted those communities for more taxes? Glenn Hagar, the state comptroller, because he has something called the property valuation study. He picks up the phone, he calls the chief appraiser. I need you to increase the values even more because I got to take money from this district and put it to this district on the south side of Texas somewhere. Fraud upon fraud. And nobody in all of this ever bothered to put a pen and a piece of paper and start adding this up. Every person I've mentioned is complicit in aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud. Here's the beauty of all this. They can't deny it. They also can't prove that I'm wrong. Just the opposite. We've given all the proof. It's on our website. What are you going to do? Deny that? Are you going to deny that the Attorney General opened a 1,000 district investigation across the state of Texas? But I want to make it clear, this isn't just Texas. There's 34 states that are allowing this to happen. Other states have it. It's just that they don't have access to the federal market, to the bond market. So
Mitch, do you know any other groups or states or whatever that are doing what you're doing?
There are groups, but part of the problem here is that people want to dance down rabbit trails that are unproductive. There are a lot of groups, Ohio is a hotbed, where they're trying.
Mm-hmm.
But the point that I want to make is stop trying. Focus on what is achievable. What is achievable is what we've already done. We've laid out the math, how it was done, who did it, when it was done, how the fraud is committed at a local school district level. We've broken it down by the balance sheet. My website is loaded with this. My website even has how to audit your own school district. I wrote those documents, so it's under the articles, letters, and discussion section of my website. It's all there. It's all achievable. And I want to make a point about this. So a few days ago, I received an email, and I get a lot of emails. Unfortunately, she said in the very first sentence, I'm about to lose my house within the next few hours. She was conned, and it was too late to do anything. We've been able to help some people, getting them bankruptcy attorneys to temporarily get them out of harm's way. She was conned, and somebody sold her, well, you can become a sovereign individual. and you can become part of the sovereign nation. So she danced down that rabbit trail, not paying her taxes and saying, well, this is what I'm applying for. Well, I was on a Zoom call with an awful lot of people, about 30 attorneys in that group, and they were dancing down the exact same road. And I told them in no uncertain terms, you're dead nuts wrong. And the reason you're wrong is your packaging. First of all, you're selling something that there is no judge alive in the United States right now that can follow that law going back almost 700 years is when that law first surfaced. So it was way before the United States of America was the United States of America. She paid for this information. This information was wrong. It's not that the law was wrong. You can't get a judge to follow it. So what I suggested is do what is achievable. Follow the math. Follow the fraud. Stop looking at all this other rabbit trail nonsense because it's going to end in disaster. Well,
great
point.
point.
That lady, it ended in disaster. Yep. So we go on here talking about the 3-year reset timeline, but here's the bottom line. The school districts, if a bill was enacted, which is the bill that I wrote for Helen Kerwin, who's a Texas state rep, if that bill was enacted, the school districts would have effective immediately 60 days to prove up that they can pay off their bonds in 3 years. If they can't, they file bankruptcy. During that time, that 3-year window, because we're getting rid of the real estate tax, we institute a sales tax. The sales tax is 15% for 3 years in total, at which point in time, upon stabilization, because of what we can't see, i.e. the 313 agreements, it will drop down to about 11%. There are certain states right now today that can do this exact same model, except they don't need the 15%, i.e. Montana, which can do it with 9%. Texas is at the max of that range only because of what I can't quantify. I can't see it. I know it's there, but we cannot get our hands on the actual math of how bad that is. So that's the reason for the 3 years. And then upon stabilization. But Montana, on the other hand, 9% day one, they're good to go. And it gets rid of the real estate tax effective immediately. Over and above all that, you're forcing the transparency. See, with a sales tax, you go to a grocery store, which, by the way, you wouldn't pay tax on, just like you don't now when you go to the grocery store. But if you went to a drugstore, so let's say you go to a drugstore and you buy a chocolate bar. Okay, the chocolate bar is going to cost you 15 cents. But you must understand that that's transparent. You can see it. That money goes to the state comptroller. State comptroller gets a budget from a school district. State comptroller negotiates that budget. It's all online. State comptroller writes a check to that school district. That check register is all online.
Perfect.
It's there for mom and pop to see every single dime that's being spent. That transparency is mandatory because that stops the world that we're in right now. If you can't see it, you can't object to it. Their whole goal, we're going to control the money, we're going to control the people, and we're not going to let them see the Wizard of Oz under the hood. The problem is the Wizard of Oz has now been exposed all over my website. These people need to be put on trial. So the breaking point, so it says the imminent breaking point, but in reality, you've got 42 million households in harm's way of bankruptcy right now today. If those people went to their bosses, and some of those bosses, let's say, are billionaires, I need a raise in order to afford the roof over my head. Even billionaires are going to be affected by this. This is not a good sign for anybody. This is why this must be dealt with. The domino effect is absolutely catastrophic unless this is dealt with. We either dismantle this in mass, get rid of these taxing entities, the central appraisal districts, prohibit the school districts from raising bonds on the federal market, or the system simply implodes on its own weight, at which point in time the market will implode the system for the world because the bonds won't be worth anything. So in a nutshell, that's what this is going to take. Repeal all property tax in favor of the uniform states sales tax. It gets rid of all the criminals. It makes everything transparent. And it eliminates the debt that's on mom and pop's back and restores their property ownership so that in 20 or 30 years, when their mortgages are paid off, regardless of the property, that's their retirement. And just like you saw in New York this week, what people think they have as retirement is not what they have. It's not there. The money isn't there to pay for it.
So is the tax rate going to be different for each state? Because some states have a lot more fraud than others.
Well, yes, because it is a population issue. It's also a debt issue. But the formula, we already have the formula worked out.
Excellent.
So all somebody has to do is plug in, here's my population growth, here's the amount of debt that we've got, this is what it's going to take to get out of it. The formula is identical regardless of state. It's a question of how bad is the hidden debt over and above the school district bonds. Like these 313 agreements, these off-balance sheet financing mechanisms, the energy contracts, there are multiple states. They call them different things. So even here in Texas, the 313 agreement, the name was changed to the JETI, G-E-T-I. They have, other states have very similar programs, but they call them different names. This requires truth. This requires an audit to say this is how much. When you give money away, I'm going to point something out. So you have a corporation comes to your local district. If you give me 10 years worth of free real estate taxes, I will give you 50 employees. Okay. You have to understand that's not the state giving anybody anything. That's your money that the state is giving to a private corporation. First thing. Second thing is, what makes you think that that corporation wouldn't go to your state or your district with or without? Did anybody bother to ask? No. Here's free money. It's not free money. It's your money.
Yeah.
Better off in your pocket.
That's what Disney World did in Florida. They they weren't paying taxes on real estate and so forth, and then DeSantis came in and basically made them start doing it.
Well, but DeSantis has got problems too, because he made a half-baked statement. He never understood. Another politician that doesn't get it. So when he came out and said we're going to repeal the property tax, he stopped. I mean, you can't do that. You have to repeal the property tax in favor of the uniform state sales tax. Then a few weeks ago, he came out and said, well, we're going to repeal the tax for homesteads. Yeah, he can't do that either. And the reason he can't do that, it's a violation of a state's constitution. So did he know that? Or was he hiding it? I don't know. But I do know that there's no such thing, because under Florida law, which is very similar to Texas law, you've got uniform and equal. You have to treat, under the rule of law, everybody equally. The rule of law doesn't see color. It doesn't see class. The rule of law is to treat people equally, equality. Absolutely. How exactly is it equal if you're giving a tax break to homesteads when that same amount of money has to be paid for? That fraudulent outstanding interest must be paid off. Ergo, his statement would allow the transfer of all that debt onto the remaining constituents. By the way, Governor Abbott tried the exact same crap. So he called it, well, we're going to help people with the taxes. And he came out with 7 rules. And I destroyed those 7 rules by the following morning and took it public. Attorneys are really seriously bad at math, or they don't give a damn. We'll just tell the public whatever they want to hear and let the chips fall where they may. Well, where the chips have fallen, in the case of the executive branch for the state of Texas, is into the hands of the SEC, the FBI, and the DOJ in the form of a criminal complaint. That's what happens when you don't get involved and you allow fraud to continue. You knew it was bad. I've been on this since 2017 in the public eye with regard to the filings of the lawsuits. We didn't take all this public till about 14 months ago, but by then our database was irrefutable. It's insurmountable, the amount of evidence. They can't get away with anything, nor can they come back and say, well, this is wrong or that's wrong. Too late. Why? I have a little paragraph inside the criminal complaint that asks kindly for the FBI, the DOJ, and the SEC, give them 15 days, notice them up, give them 15 days to disprove anything that's in this criminal complaint. I did that because I truly want to know. Crickets. This is the problem. They're caught. So it goes on further into the compound interest trap, but we've already talked about that. The bottom line is this is growing just like the USDebtClock.org by the nanosecond. Therefore, this has to be dealt with. And that's the reality. Repeal all property tax in favor of the uniform states sales tax and get your property back while simultaneously getting the outstanding fraud, liability that's on your back, get it to go away. It's got to be dealt with.
Fantastic. So, Mitch, we could probably go for another 2 hours, but I don't want to hold you up for another 2 hours. But I'd love to have you come back, and because everybody is just absolutely loving this. I'm loving it. I've been down, watching you go down these rabbit holes for a little bit now, so I have a little bit better understanding. But this is brand new for a lot of people, and they're learning a lot. The chat is fire, so this video is going to be fire. So I think a lot of people are going to be looking at, what they can do in their particular county, state, and so forth, getting their local officials to get involved. And how would you where would you tell them to go?
On Travis's channel, realestatemindset.org, there are short form criminal complaints. So if you've got the evidence, and we show you on my site how to go get that evidence from your school district. If you've got the evidence, absolutely file a criminal complaint. You don't even need an attorney to do it. I suggest you get one. But over and above that, if you've got people in your neighborhood, because part of the problem that they depend on, these school districts know, well, mom and pop, they can't hit us individually. Well, except if you get 4, 5, 6, 10 people in your neighborhood that are suffering the exact same consequences of the fraud, well, we've got something we're working on shortly with regard to the class actions. But you could file a lawsuit, those 7, 8, 10 people right now, to go after the Central Appraisal District and to go after the school district. You spread the load of the legal fees and you get an attorney who understands what he's doing. But here's the point. On my website, there's a section, there's 2 pages on this website. The second page is code access because it was designed for attorneys and accountants. So we will give those attorneys and accountants the code to get access to every single one of our filings. We'll give you access to the spreadsheets. It's all there. And that's why I keep saying, don't go and reinvent the wheel. Don't go looking for problems when the big problem is right in front of you. It's the school district bond fraud. Focus on that, which is your school district bonds. But as a direct result, you're paying for it from your central appraisal district. Hit the central appraisal districts. Sue them. Sue the chief appraiser individually, just like I did. Follow the yellow brick road. And the yellow brick road, coincidentally, I just wrote that document about a week ago. It's on my website. It walks you through how to do this. Don't go looking at all these weird problems that are out there. There's some very smart people, but they're going down the wrong road. This is the road. The fraud is right there. It's right in front of you. These people are guilty. It's that simple. It's just a matter of getting them in front of a judge, a legitimate judge.
Very good. Wow. Great stuff. And thanks for all that you do. Somebody said in the chat, if you charge for all the information that you've come, you probably millions. So it's incredible that you're doing this. Great patriot, great helping people out. So we all thank you so much, and I look forward to getting more involved. Are you going to the next? Are you going to attend by Zoom or whatever the next show in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we'll get something worked out. The biggest problem, the reason why I wasn't there last time, is because of the Supreme Court. Like, I'm on call, so if I'm in Vegas and they call, I am going to be one trapped lion. I will not be happy. So, but yeah, we'll get something worked out. Absolutely. I do want to point out, just for you and your viewers, I just sent you a document. I don't know if you have the ability to post that or not, but inside of that document are 60 points, many of which we didn't even discuss tonight, but it's only on 3 pieces of paper. You can go down the list and say, yep, this is me. Yep, me. And that tells you right on the spot, okay, this is why you should be involved in this. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, and this is great because it has lots of links in it as well.
Yeah, those are live links. Yeah, those go to the website for more documents, but there's a part 2 to that as you go down. And that's where all the bullet points are. And there's nobody, no politician, no Central Appraisal District employee, there's nobody that can take the heat from those questions.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah, I'll figure out a way to get this posted. Or is there a link to this?
There will be tomorrow morning. Leslie will get that up on my website.
Okay.
But it literally was just finished like 5 minutes before I sent it to you.
Outstanding. Yeah, we can get that link. I'll put it in the description box. So that'll be outstanding, because this is incredible information. Again,
it'll be under the articles, letters, and discussion section sometime tomorrow morning, as soon as Leslie gets it mounted. But it's coming.
Outstanding. All right, Mitch Vexler, everyone. So, he's a hero, no doubt about it. And we look forward to your success, and of course, other people get involved in this. It needs to be every state, every county needs to be involved in this.
Yeah, we're working on a website. It's actually finished. The attorney in Washington doesn't want it released yet, pending Supreme Court remanding my case back to the lower court. But that is designed to have attorneys come to us and say, help us get clients, because we know how to get clients for them across the United States. And it's all about class action. So we'll get the attorneys to pay to get their hands on the documents. We'll sell it to them, and we'll use that money to springboard the class actions across the United States, with the theory being, if necessary, we'll jam up the courts. This is going to have to get dealt with one way or the other. I'm not a fan of doing that, but the bottom line is we need legitimate judges, and we need people, mom and pop, to get involved in their local community, because all these problems stem from the local community. All real estate is local. If 10, 20, 30, 100 people in a locality got together and said, we're not putting up with this nonsense anymore, you walk over to the Central Appraisal District, you hand them a letter and said, you got exactly 24 hours, turn over the documents. And if you don't, we'll press criminal charges against you, chief appraiser, as well as sue you. Now you've got teeth. And that's what this is going to take. It's all local. Yep. That's why I keep telling everybody from this point forward, stop the rabbit trails. You're not going to get anywhere. The fraud is the way to go. This is how you bring the entire house of cards down. You sue the chief appraiser. You sue the deputy chief appraisers. You sue the RPAs. They lie to you, sue them. That is what is going to have to be necessary until the legitimate judges step up and say, okay, we see it. And by the way, I mean, like I said, the prior courts, although they didn't want to hear the case, they did admit that fraud occurred. So again, not up for debate.
Yeah, there was another individual that really smart guy. He was like you into real estate and so forth in Colorado, and his city, they were building all kind of different, apartments in residential areas, all kind of crazy stuff, and they're rezoning. And so he basically got with the people of the city, which didn't want it, and they came in and stopped it. So grassroots, get involved. You can make it happen.
The power is in the hands of the people. There couldn't be a more true statement. No politician, i.e. in Austin, wants 400 people standing on the lawn at Capitol Hill, snaring at them and saying, yeah, we're done with this. Nobody wants that. It should never have to come to that. We're in this mess because of years of indoctrination where mom and pop believed, well, somebody else will look after it for me. Well, that clearly hasn't worked. Not with 42 million people, households, facing bankruptcy. This is the end game. This needs to be fixed, and it is fixable. That's the beauty of the circumstance we're in. You just can't turn a blind eye towards it. It's got to get fixed. It is fixable.
Absolutely. So yeah, thanks again, Mitch, and we look forward to in the future hearing from you and seeing your work. Like you pointed out, go to realestatemindset.org, and you also have a YouTube. Don't you? Do you guys have YouTube channel as well? Or?
So from time to time, I appear with Daniela Camboni. She's a real journalist.
She's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So so I go there, and then Travis Spencer with Real Estate Mindset on YouTube. I do a video with him mostly on the housing and on the taxation, at least once a week on the taxation problems and updates as to what we're seeing. So usually 2, maybe 3 times a week, I'll appear there.
Wow.
Once every 3 to 4 weeks with Daniela. Those videos usually.
That's where I saw you first, Daniela. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's very good, and she knows what buttons to push.
And you do too, evidently, and it's making an impact, and we appreciate that. You may save America in a way that you can understand at this point, but I think if they watch this video and other videos and stuff that you're putting out, they'll start to comprehend it, because it does take a while, of research and just watching you over and over again. I'm starting to understand it, but it's a deep rabbit hole and a lot of corruption, and to understand it all, it takes some effort, takes some critical thinking and some research.
Well, for whatever reason, I've got the background to be able to handle it, and so does Leslie. But I'm often astonished, and I mean astonished, how one thing, one statement, one document leads to another, that leads to somebody else, that leads to another document, and it just keeps building upon itself. At this point, it's like, okay, fine, we got a tiger by the tail, so we'll just have to ride it out. But it is crazy how that happens, right? I met you. I wrote a document 5 minutes before we started this. By tomorrow morning, it'll lead to something else. It's just the way it works.
Amazing. Very good. All right, Mitch, thanks so much for your time. And I know people are really going to enjoy this and get a lot out of it.
Perfect. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to lay this out for everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So lots of things have transpired over the last several days. We had a F-15E that was shot down. One of the pilots was recovered fairly soon afterwards, maybe within 8 hours, something like that. and there was a missing pilot, but that wasn't really disclosed initially. And so someone leaked that there was a second missing pilot, and that alerted the Iranians, and they started looking for that missing pilot. Right. So looks like there could be somebody's going to get in some big trouble. Hopefully they find who leaked, right? Because this is a problem with the deep state trying to foil the plans of the good guys, right? The white hats. 20 different generals now are not in favor. They may have been released or maybe have been fired by President Trump now, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. So deep state actors are being found. They're being eliminated. This is probably one of the reasons why things are being drug out to find them. I think also to deploy more troops that probably will do a ground invasion at some point, which I don't think will last very long. Iran doesn't have a lot of military equipment on the